Good morning, Ryan.
Good morning.
Morning.
We have everybody. Do we have everybody?
We are trying to. We had Wi-Fi connectivity issues here, so we've been running unloaded up. So if you could just a couple more minutes, and I will go run back there and check on it.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have Supervisor Bohn in, and I believe, here's Supervisor Madrone. All right, we are good to go.
Well, thank you very much, Ryan. Thanks for helping solve all those technical issues as we go forward with another meeting of the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors via Zoom. And again, welcome to the July 28th meeting of the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors. Pursuant to the governor's order, we're meeting via Zoom, and we'll continue to do so until the more pressing parts of this pandemic are behind us. So at this point, I would like to invite you to join me in a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. I couldn't hear all of you, but I'm assuming you did a great job. And with that, we will go to the CAO and ask CAO Nelson if there are any modifications to the agenda.
Good morning, Chair Fennell. Yes, there are two modifications to the agenda. Supervisor Bohn would like to pull items C11 for discussion, and Supervisor Madrone would like to pull item C31 for discussion.
Thank you, CAO Nelson. That brings us to our consent agenda. I'll entertain a motion if anybody would like to make one.
I'll move that we approve the consent calendar minus C11 and C31.
And I'll second that.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. We'll go for public comment on the consent agenda. Any public comment on this item? And for those of you who might be joining us via Zoom for the first time, you can call the numbers on your screen and then press *9 when an agenda comes up. So with that, do we have any public comment, Ryan? I think we have one, that's what I can see.
Good morning, Thomas Mulder. I was calling just to show support for item number 1. I think it's good to keep as much money as possible within our county as far as doing the child cannabis inspections with our local departments. Also, I think it's good to have familiar faces on the local farms, and I appreciate you guys approving that. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Thomas. Any further comment on the consent agenda? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board, and oops, somebody's got their mic on with a lot of sound. Okay. Bring it back to the board and go to Ryan for a roll call on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
And Supervisor Fennell.
Yes.
Thank you. Passes
Um,
5.
Thank you very much, Ryan. So now we're going to go to our time set item, which is a presentation on the COVID pandemic emergency from Dr. Frankovich, Director Stevens, and Sheriff Hansel. And I do want to let my board members know that we're pretty set on time this morning. We can only devote a half an hour to this. Dr. Frankovich has got to leave for another emergency. So keep that in mind as we discuss it. So again, welcome, Dr. Frankovich, Director Stevens, and Sheriff Hansel. And I'll toss it to you.
Good morning. Thanks,
Good
Supervisor
morning.
Fennell. Just to recap a few things, we're obviously muddling forward in this pandemic across the globe. Various areas are having, a lot of activity, including the US, Russia, Brazil, Peru, India, Sweden, South Africa, and among others, in terms of the highest activities. Nationally, we've seen about 4.3 million cases of COVID and 150,000 deaths. Areas that are quite active now include California, Texas, Florida, Michigan, Illinois, and several states in the Northeast. In California, we are sitting at a little over 450,000 cases and 8,450 deaths, with 37 counties now on the monitoring list, and those represent about 93% of the population in the state. The positivity level in the state is currently around 7.5%, I believe. And, people may recall that, 8% is sort of that number we're trying not to hit. And in fact, getting to an 8% positivity with a high case rate puts a county on the monitoring list. The good news, I think, is that looking over the last few days, the LA area may be leveling off a bit. The tougher news, I think, is that the Central Valley is very active right now. Fresno, Kern, Kings County, Merced, Stanislaus, they're federal healthcare workers going into that area to help. And their positivity has been, I think, in the 17+% in some of those areas, very high. And it looks like a lot of their cases are being driven by, like us, gatherings are an issue, agriculture, especially in close quarters, and then some outbreaks in nursing homes and prisons. Our neighbor to the south, Mendocino, is expected to go on the monitoring list. They're now at 274 cases and 6 deaths. And Del Norte, I believe, is at about 88 cases yesterday. Shasta, 323 cases and 8 deaths. When I look at Humboldt, we are, we've been doing pretty well compared to a lot of places in the state. And, I just wanted to thank the community. When I'm out grocery shopping and such, I'm seeing people using facial coverings, distancing, and I really think a lot of people are working to keep each other safe. And between that and our incredible lab and contact investigation teams that again are working, through the weekend, the EOC and our community partners, including our businesses, I think, we really have done better than most counties at this point. But, it's no secret that our numbers are definitely increasing. And it's largely being driven by travel and gatherings, or the two of those things combined. And again, a lot of it is driven by our county residents going to visit friends, family, leaving the area and coming back, having had exposures. We also are having some cases in workplaces, including agricultural settings. So locally, our epidemiology, again, we reported 217 cases yesterday. That actually puts us at 30.3 cases per 100,000. If you look at the county monitoring list for the state, the cutoff to go on to that list is 25 cases per 100,000 with a positivity rate of 8%. The thing that's keeping us off right now is our positivity rate is 3.8%. So we're still below that cutoff point for the state, and that's great. That's allowing us to stay where we are. But I do want to point out to people that it took us about 105 days to get to 109 cases total when we started this pandemic. It's now taken us 45 days to double that. So the pace of increase has definitely escalated. About 75% of our cases are under the age of 50. About 41% are between the ages of 20 to 40. And so right now we're seeing younger, healthier people getting this. The issue with that, I mean, the good thing is most of those people are not going to end up in the hospital. The hard part of that is this is a lot of our workforce, right? And so they're going into healthcare settings and nursing homes and jails and shelters and other places of work. And that is how COVID moves around a community. And so what we are likely to see here is what's been seen in other parts of the state, that you see an increase in case numbers, and that is followed down the road by increases in hospitalizations and ICU and then deaths because the COVID begins to move through other parts of the population. So what we're trying to do right now is to really try and limit those intersections, try and keep people masked and distancing so that we don't see as much spread in that way. We are seeing, just like other areas of the state and country, disproportionate cases in the Latinx population. Because this group in our community do a lot of essential work and have a lot of exposure in that setting. And so we're working with some community-based organizations to do better outreach so that residents understand that they're safe to seek healthcare in our county, and to work with public health without concern, and then working just to be better, linguistically and culturally at intersecting with the communities, all of the communities that we serve. So I did want to mention that the state, again, has not put out gathering sizes, any specific number, because obviously, things are not moving in the right direction statewide in general. And we know that meeting with people outside our household introduces risk. But I do want to point out that, I know we're social creatures and, it's very difficult to go this long without seeing friends, family. I understand that. I guess what I would ask people is that if they're going to see people outside their household unit, it's small, it's 3 to 5 people. It's not 15 to 20 people. You pick the people who are most important to help your family function. You see just those people. And what we'd really like is for you to stay local with that, not bringing people in or traveling out. Stay outside and stay masked, to try and help make it as safe as possible if you're going to do so. From the state perspective, again, we're operating under the statewide closures that the governor put in place a couple of weeks ago. So we have outdoor operations only in restaurants, wineries, movies, family entertainment, card rooms, zoos, museums, and of course bars are closed. The monitoring counties, in addition, have to move to outdoors only: fitness, worship, offices for non-essential, personal services, hair, malls. So those are all outdoors. Here, our challenge right now is we're looking at testing. That's our big thing, right? Our Optum site, the turnaround times are much longer than we want. We can use them for surveillance, but obviously, so we're recommending to the general public for Optum to use that as for testing if you're not having symptoms or concerns. We're trying to run as many of those tests as possible for symptomatic people in our lab internally because we have a quicker turnaround time. So with the challenges on the national and statewide screen for testing turnaround, what we've been doing is trying to build our internal capacity. We got a new piece of equipment that we've been planning for that is going to help us have a higher throughput in our lab and move us from, now a day that's a push for our lab is, 100 specimens, and that's a push to do every day. This machine will help us move that closer to like a 250 to 300. So that's hugely helpful for addressing our highest risk groups and to also test symptomatic individuals and work with our case investigations. We do need to find a community-wide solution. The state is contracted with Optum through the end of August. We don't know what will happen with that contract after that. And obviously Optum, as it is not really meeting our needs. So we are looking at, trying to structure a community substitute for Optum, and also talking with our regional partners, our tribal entities, as well as Del Norte County about a regional approach. And so we'll see. Our EOC has been working actively jointly with public health to identify commercial lab options that might serve us better, billing entities that would allow us to do this, as well as setting up local collections. So we'll keep everyone posted on that. Our goal is to have an alternative and understand what that is in this coming month so that we're ready by the end of August, if not before. Another possibility for local entities is to actually make their own link with a commercial lab. And so that is happening in some areas of the state, so that, you know, something like a skilled nursing facility can directly contract and submit specimens, that type of thing. So there are lots of alternatives. One of the biggest things we're working on right now are schools. And we've been in conversations with our schools for many weeks, months now, actually. And I think just recognizing the fact that with no completely safe path forward and the likelihood that this is going to last some time, we would like to be able to see kids in school. I think it's the optimal learning environment for kids, but obviously there are safety challenges with that in the time of COVID. So our schools right now are looking at a variety of models, from distance learning to nearly full on-site. But our testing capacity, turnaround, those things are challenges that we need to boost. And, you know, as I said, the schools, public health has worked with the schools on their planning. We've provided some guidance documents and templates for plans. We have a nurse, a former school nurse, who is working with them and being able to answer questions and assist in their process. So we will see what happens over the next month or so as schools, you know, make their move to offer what is possible. And of course, they understand that much of this depends on whether we're able to remain off the county monitoring list. If we're able to do so, you know, it changes the landscape for what schools are able to offer. So, you know, again, I'm asking everyone to really help us with that. You know, do the masking and distancing and not gathering, so that we can stay off the county monitoring list, which gives our businesses a lot more options and our schools for operations. So, and I think that was all I was going to mention, Supervisor Fennell.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Frankovich. Supervisor Bass has a question or a comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, it's two questions regarding testing. Over the weekend, I was having a conversation with someone who is on a traveling sports type team, adult, not necessarily here. And they were talking about being in Medford at a tournament, and a couple of the players weren't really feeling, you know, in top shape or fit. They weren't feeling well. So supposedly there was some testing that they were able to go. They got tests, but they got the results within 2 hours. And I have not heard of anything like that in California. So that was the first question: is do you know anything of that nature to be true? And then the other one is just a comment from a couple of people in the community, one specifically that's in charge of a very large healthcare type of organization. And, you know, the frustration I hear from there is that we're requiring, or it is required, that testing be done a certain amount of time for their employees, I mean, frequency, and there's no place to even get the testing done or no time frame. So there's real frustration there as well. And I'm wondering if those folks are being encouraged to look for an outside agency to contract with, or what we can do, because they are dealing with really vulnerable people. And if they can't get their workforce tested and get timely answers, I think that I can see the concern. So those are my two questions.
Sure. So in answer to your first question, Supervisor Bass, there are point of care tests and some of our tests that can be run in under an hour. So that is possible. They're not used in mass testing settings, you know, that's typically different, but they're used in provider offices and in some hospitals as well. And we do have those machines in our area. They're not as highly sensitive or specific as what we're able to do in our lab or the commercial labs do. But for a symptomatic person, when there's a reasonable amount of virus circulating in the community, they're pretty good. We sometimes find them in error, but they're pretty good. But our strategy for local is to just get a commercial lab that can give us a turnaround time in something more like 48 to 72 hours, as opposed to 6 to 8 days. So that's kind of what we're striving for, to be able to do surveillance on a large scale and testing on a large scale in our community. In terms of the skilled nursing facilities and assisted living facilities, the assisted living facilities now are required, just as the skilled nursing facilities, to provide testing of their staff, about I think a quarter of their staff rotating, so that their entire staff is tested, really over each month. And we have been trying to help. This was first required of the SNFs, the skilled nursing facilities, and we've been working to do that with them. The assisted livings represent so many more people to test that it is, just not feasible within our lab. If we can set up a commercial entity that will do that in 48 hours to 72, that will work well for them. The other possibility is that with some increase in our internal capacity, we may be able to help some, but probably the solution for them as well is to look at those links with commercial labs or our community level. And yes, we have an assisted living, basically a congregate living task force in our EOC. We've been reaching out, even as we've sort of brought the EOC down a bit in size, we've been reaching out to these facilities ongoing and talking to them about the requirements and how they might meet them. So, but it is a challenge for sure. Testing is a challenge for everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Frankovich. Any other questions or discussion from the board for Dr. Frankovich or Director Stevens or the Sheriff? Okay, well, one thing I had, Dr. Frankovich, was regarding the schools, because I've heard a lot about that. It's a very, very challenging situation. And I just wondered about Humboldt County. I know that the governor's idea is that you can have the overall county district, you can have the separate districts, and then you can have the separate schools. How is Humboldt managing that? Are you hearing from different districts, different schools, or is everybody on the same page?
No, really the schools vary a lot by district. And so I think there are some that are planning on beginning with distance learning and seeing how the landscape changes. There are some who are planning on using sort of a hybrid model right out of the gate, where they're reducing, like using alternate day schedules, not bringing all the kids back on site at the same time on a daily basis. So they will have some distance learning and some learning in the classroom. And then there are some schools that are trying to do as much as possible kind of full on site, I think, at least in their planning phase. But I admire the schools, because it's just such a changing landscape, and it's frustrating, I think, and challenging to plan for like 3 different contingencies all at once. And so they've been doing a great job at trying to map this out and meet everyone's needs. So there's a variety, Supervisor Fennell, in terms of what they're going to be doing, and over the next few weeks, we'll be informing that process by what our data looks like and our testing capacity as well. So hard to know exactly what it's going to look like.
Yeah, and then the other part of it is the testing, because you talk about the positivity rate, and that's a balance between who tests positive and how many tests are done. Mm-hmm. And then at the same time, we have the challenges with the testing. But I guess my question for you is, are you still seeing people coming to OptumServe at Redwood Acres? I mean, are they being booked out? Are we getting a good response?
Yes, we are. And what I've really liked about, and again, I credit our EOC with this, is they have really worked to bring that. It's not technically a mobile site, but they have learned how to set up quickly, and they've gotten concessions from Optum to do so. And so they have been bringing staff off site to do collections. I think they're in Fortuna, and they were at another site elsewhere, I think, in this week. They've been trying to get off site at least once a week. And to accommodate testing needs in other parts of the county. And so, but yes, my understanding is that they are booking. And again, I apologize to people because, we've had some tests come back within 3 to 4 days. And then we've had others that are coming back much longer, 8 days. And I understand completely that it's frustrating. I do want to repeat, though, that if people are sick, we'd prefer that they see a provider and get tested locally, because we can run it quicker and get the isolation and quarantine done. I'd like people to be using Optum primarily because for surveillance purposes, if they, rather than for illness at this point. If we build the right system, then we'll be able to use it for both.
So then my final question, then we'll go to public comment, but I wanted to talk a little bit about the travel related cases. So that's up to 64 now. I mean, and as we recall, the very first case, in fact, in Humboldt County was travel related. So when you deal with a case like that, is there any way we can know where they came from, where they went to? Is it in general just close by counties? Is it out of state? That kind of thing.
It's, I would say that just thinking through our cases, the majority there are some that have been out of state, but the majority are in state. We've had lots of people visiting LA area, for instance, other places in Southern California. Primarily, our surrounding counties at this point are not as high risk as many other areas, but we've had people who've been in the Central Valley area where it's very active right now. So it's primarily travel in California that's getting us in trouble, and not so much in, say Del Norte or Trinity as it is, heading further south.
Okay, thank you. Sheriff, one final question is, in terms of enforcement, are you having any challenges there dealing with complaints?
What we're doing is, overall, the community is responding very, very well. We do have a compliance line at the EOD and the JIC that people can call and complain regarding businesses not complying. We are actually working with code enforcement and our EOC to try and steer towards a mechanism to notice businesses as well as fine businesses that are out of compliance, and kind of going with the code enforcement process. So we're working with code enforcement right now to refine that process. But overall, people are doing well. We do see that there are some people that have kind of had some violent outbreaks, so to speak, when they're confronted because they're not wearing a mask, not wearing facial coverings in stores, those kind of things. So we want people to be cautious about that, about approaching someone without a mask. A reminder, a gentle reminder, those kind of things. Obviously, as a business, you have the right to refuse service to anyone that's not wearing a facial covering. But we don't want people to get into a violent confrontation over that. If there's an incident right there, please call 911 and we can respond and we can be attentive to that. We understand the anxiety and the issues surrounding COVID and the fears, and it has elevated a lot of anxiety with people. So we want to make sure that those are addressed, and that people just be patient with one another, and just allow this to unfold here. But we want to make sure that people are safe. And again, the facial coverings do work. And so we want to make sure that we protect others by wearing our facial covering, and so to continue with that.
Thank you very much. Dr. Frankovich.
I did, just to touch on something the sheriff mentioned too, is, we've been talking a lot about how the facial coverings are really designed to help reduce risk for others and who are around you. But there does seem to be some growing evidence that the masks themselves may actually protect the wearer as well. And so we're watching that data come out, but the idea is that basically we know that that there may be some relationship between how much virus you're exposed to and how sick you get or whether you get sick. And so the confinement of, that mask that serves as a barrier between you and other people may protect you a bit, even when it's not a high level mask such as is used in a hospital. So there's benefit to the wearer as well as to the people around the wearer. So I think that's really the best situation, right, where everybody benefits. And again, I understand that some people had issues with this because the recommendations have changed over time, but that's how science works. We respond to what we learn from experience, and that's why the recommendations have changed and the evidence is really growing. So if there was one thing I could ask people to, oh gosh, there's a bunch of things I know I ask people to do, but the facial coverings is really important. It really is. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Well, so let's go to public comment on this item. Is there any public comment on this item, Ryan? I don't see any hands up, but I'm not sure.
There comes one. We do have public comment.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to that public comment. Hi, caller, you are now free to join us.
Good morning, Thomas Mulder. I'm going to apologize in advance if some of my comments come off a little harsh. But just looking at the headlines that were put out yesterday, it said 12 positive cases in one day, but that's over a 3-day period rather than announcing, 12 positive cases over the weekend or over a 3-day period. But then in the news, I hear the announcement that 18 people are no longer infected with COVID over the weekend. So choosing headlines. We keep saying, Dr. Frankovich keeps saying gatherings, people and stuff like that. I've never heard anything reported back to all the demonstrations that have taken place in the county. If that has led to any community spread, that'd be nice to hear a report on that. At what point, this is a question, at what point do we level out from this pandemic to stop paying the astronomical overtime that the county taxpayers do not have the money to afford? Another thing I've seen multiple reports about, that there's false positives. People are being sent information that they tested positive for COVID and they never even actually got tested. So I think there needs to be some more research on that, because are these numbers even true that we're getting? I don't take Dr. Frankovich's statement of not gathering and stuff like that very seriously, or traveling, if your family needs to go out of the county to do something when our county is open to outside travel. Another big one, that a knock on Frankovich. I'm hearing through multiple people in regards to schools, she's recommending not having people check temperatures before school starts because possible congregation, rather than letting schools set up their own plan to avoid congregation. The board needs to take control of this overtime madness. I think it's imperative that we protect our taxpayer dollars. Yes, this is a crisis. Yes, it's dangerous, but let's look at the taxpayer dollars while we're doing this. Please double check, fact check, and save taxpayer dollars. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Thomas. Any further public comment on this item?
Hello, this is Corey calling. I just have a few questions.
Good morning, Corey.
Hello. I guess the basic questions, just some common sense. If masks work, why are we releasing prisoners from prison? And if masks work, why is the case count rising throughout the country? Why are we even concerned about the case count, since the definition of disease is when the body is symptomatic? If someone is asymptomatic, they're not diseased, regardless of whether we have trillions of viruses, trillions of bacteria in our system at all times. Just heard a report of a young woman wearing a mask for her work, and she got pleurisy. It was a very serious condition. 2 dead children in China exercising in masks. 2 young children dead because they were wearing masks while exercising. What data does Dr. Frankovich provide to the board? I'd like the board to have specific data, specific references. She said there is new information coming out that this may be helpful to wear a mask. What new information, what studies, what double-blind controlled studies have we done on a mask that may show that it protects the wearer? This virus has not fulfilled Koch's postulate. It's not been isolated. It's not been purified. It's not been taken, that purified virus, and placed into a person to show that they get sick from it. Are we in a crisis? The board only has authorization to have emergency power to use when a infectious disease is introduced into the community. So we can't be calling ourselves in a state of emergency while we're simultaneously calling ourselves in a state of recovery. How can we be recovering from an emergency if we're still in an emergency? It's irrational. It's nonsensical. It doesn't make any sense. So we're exceeding the powers granted. You're allowed to declare an emergency once at the earliest point. You must declare it over. And I'm also concerned about the money. Like, how is money from the state even a consideration? That's not, I checked the budget. I noticed that half of the budget of this whole county goes to giving money away to people for services. I mean, it's very, very interesting. We can tell this is a clash of worldviews, obviously, if anybody doesn't realize that. But I'd like the board to put up, what are the goalposts? When will what data will be sufficient to be released from this tyranny?
Thank you. Thank you, Cor. Time's up, sorry. All righty. So any further comments on this item?
Chair Fennell, that concludes the comment for this item.
Thank you very much. Well, really appreciate again the information from Dr. Frankovich, Director Stevens, the Sheriff. I would like to remind those who have questions that the HumboldtGov.org has a lot of information. If you drill down, lots and lots of links to that will answer a lot of the questions that come up. Also, the dashboard now on HumboldtGov.org will give you a lot of the statistics that's still being worked out in terms of being up to date, but the statistics are there. So I think it's important for people to be aware of that. So with that, thank you very much to everybody. Director Stevens, you're sitting there. Did you want to say anything?
No, thank you. No,
Okay.
yep.
Thank you very much for all your work. So let's go on now to items pulled from consent. And thanks again to everybody for that update on the COVID emergency. So we have item C11 that was pulled from consent by Supervisor Bohn. Good morning, Supervisor Bohn.
Morning.
And,
yeah, the only reason I did is I imagine Supervisor Madrone wanted to say something too, because I know we both went out and hit up the community for money, and I thought it would be unright. We were both going to raise half the 25,000 or whatever they needed. I know they had their bake sale this week, and I read about it on Sunday night in the paper. But I wanted to thank Humboldt Sanitation, the Kane family, Linda Sundberg Insurance, the Sherry Heights Indian community, McKinleyville Ace Hardware. Kevin stepped up big time up there. Really appreciates all the people in West Haven that shop in McKinleyville, and then GRS Construction. So I was able to raise, make some phone calls, and I was going to let Steve talk about what he did. And I think they hit all their numbers, and we're doing the same thing again for, they had to do it for Honeydew Volunteer Fire Company because they didn't have their roll on the atoll that I usually cook oysters at. So what we're finding out is I think I've canceled 15 auctions this year so far. So that's a lot of money for a lot of nonprofits that isn't happening. So, and right now, food for people, there's so many people that need things. So keep those people in mind when you have extra monies. So that was the only reason. I wanted to recognize the people that supported West Haven Volunteer Fire Department up there by Steve's house.
And go to Supervisor Madrone, but I want to recognize you, Supervisor Bohn, for all the work that you do in raising those funds for all those issues. And that was actually that was a quick turnaround on those ones. So people are obviously there willing to help, and thank you. Supervisor Madrone, do you want to say anything about item C11?
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Bohn, and all those folks out there that donated money, Kevin Jenkins and all the rest of you. Thank you so much for the donations. Makes a big difference for this very small department. And I know Rex has also been working to help the Honeydew department as well, and appreciate all those efforts. He's a master at bringing in those private donations, and I guess I'm the master at bringing in grants. So we'll keep working that up for the community and trying to help make things happen. And again, thank you, Supervisor Bohn.
Thank you. So the process here is that we have this on the agenda because we're accepting the donations going into a separate as a separate item directly for the West Haven Fire Department. So I'll entertain a motion on C11.
Staff recommendation on C11.
Second.
Thank you very much. Any public comment on this item? Okay, I don't see any hands up there, Ryan.
I don't either, Chair Fennell.
Thank you. All right, well, let's go to a vote then. And again, thank you both for your work.
Aye.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Supervisor Bast?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yep.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
And Supervisor Fennell?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Passes 5-0.
And again, thank you for that private-public partnership there. It's really, really great in these times where we're all helping. So let's go on to item C31. That was pulled by Supervisor Madrone. It has to do with department heads, elected department heads, and we also have Human Resources Director Linda Lee here with us, and I'll go to Supervisor Madrone on this one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think it's good to have clarity. I appreciate this item being brought forward to clarify, exactly how the various resolutions work and the dates and stuff. And I just wanted to suggest a slight amendment to the resolution. Basically, let's see if I can find it here. Okay. Let's see, in the resolution that we're considering passing today, there's a bunch of whereases, and then you go down to the now therefore be it resolved. Number 1, the Board of Supervisors hereby amends the language of Section 3 of Resolution number 19-88 to read as follows. 3, number 3, elected department heads employed as of December 4th, 2018 will advance as follows. And so what I wanted to do is just suggest a friendly amendment there and have it state elected department heads employed or elected as of December 4th, 2018 will advance as follows. And I do that simply because the way it's worded right now leaves one department head off that process. And it seems, in all fairness, all department heads should receive the same consideration. And so I'm just inserting the word employed right after employed or elected. So those two words, or elected as of December 4th, 2018, just to create some clarity and fairness across the board for all department heads. So that's my suggestion. Look forward to the discussion.
Thank you. Any discussion on this item?
Yeah, I want to, once you're elected, you don't have the job. You actually don't have the job till you're employed. I mean, you've got to keep your whatever job you have up until you transition. I mean, like this last time, if somebody would have beaten me, they would still be unemployed until January 1st, whatever. And I don't understand maybe we get a clarification what the difference it makes. And because I just don't understand it. I know I'm the lowest paid elected official in Humboldt County, so I'm just trying to figure out what it means.
And Director Lee.
Yes, hi, good morning, Madam Chair, honorable board members. Again, this item is just a cleanup language to reflect the resolutions adopted by your board in 2018 and then subsequently in 2019. The changes really does not impact any department heads appointed or elected due to the actual hiring date. In this case, it's the hiring date that is in questions, and we want to make sure that the steps increase is reflective to the hiring date. But certainly, I don't see, the changes impact to inserting the word "or" to make it more clear for future elected candidates coming in as a new hired employees, as an elected official. So this is something that we certainly will review and with county council to see if there is any significant changes to the language. But this current resolutions before your board is a cleanup language to encompass the past practice and bringing everyone up to date with the January 2020 cycle. And my staff, Kelly Barnes, is available to answer specific questions regarding the historical leading up to these two resolutions and the cleanup language before your board today.
Thank you, Director Lee. Supervisor Bass.
No, I think Linda kind of hit what, there's no, if I'm understanding correctly, there would be no change financially or how anything works towards a specific elected department head who he is concerned may be getting the bad end of a deal is kind of what and I appreciate, that concern. And I'm hearing that the language that's listed would not impact that person, but you're also suggesting the language that he's mentioned may make no changes as well, basically. I mean, I just wanted clarity that it almost sounds like it's the same either way, unless you hear otherwise from the council. So I was just trying to figure out what the actual effective change on the ground would be if there's a different language used, if there's any change.
So can I just pipe in for clarity, and then maybe Director Lee or Kelly could clarify this? It seems to me that this applies for when you begin to be paid, whether you're elected in June or November or whenever. This just applies to when you are actually on the county payroll. So I don't know that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what it seems to me to be. Director Lee or Kelly?
There is no significant impact, and the language to ensure that it's in compliance with CalPERS and the compensation plan as drawn out by CalPERS. So in this case, with the particular affected department, the hiring date really bear no significance to the elected date.
Well, I'll give you a story, and the reason I say this is because there's and Supervisor Bohn differs in compensation for me on one level because he was actually appointed before he was elected first, and so he got in under a different CalPERS scheme, and so that is because he was under the county payroll as an appointed official before I was elected in the 2012. So I think basically what I'm saying is it just seems to me that it's when you are actually in the payroll that this counts. I don't think the wording matters one way or the other, if you want my opinion, but just trying to clarify the impact, make sure that there's no impact. Supervisor Bohn.
Okay, I've heard everybody say it doesn't make any difference if we change it. So I guess the big question, why the hell would we change it?
Yeah.
If we've got it in front of us now, unless it's a lightning rod or it's a safety net for somebody, or I don't even know. I need to know, what are the advantages of changing it? What does it change? Or do we want staff time to go rewrite this, considering it's in front of us, done, ready to be voted on now?
Supervisor Bass?
Well, what I'm thinking with it saying employed, some of the electeds are employed first and they already work for the county. That happens occasionally, pretty often. And so if I'm reading it correctly, it's whenever they go on as employed by the county and not what position they are employed as. I mean, when they actually have their effective, this thing with PERS. I mean, if they're employed prior to being elected, wouldn't they, it seems like they would just go right, I'm just thinking, if it makes Supervisor Madrone feel better and if there's actually no impact, I don't really have a problem. I hate to put this off after it's in front of us now, and I'm curious what the rest say. But to me, I'm just thinking one way or the other. I hope we can just settle this if there's really nothing to fight about here. I'll be happy either way it goes. I just wanted to respect Supervisor Madrone's concern, and perhaps he can say if it feels more clarified and regarding what we've heard so far. So.
Through the chair.
Kelly.
Add something? Okay, I just.
Supervisor Madrone, and then we'll go to Kelly. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, Kelly.
That's okay. Kelly can go first.
Okay.
Okay.
No, I just simply wanted to add on to what Supervisor Bass was saying about an initial anniversary date with the county, which would be your initial hire date with the county. Although you may change positions or promote or move from one department to the next, you still have that initial anniversary date within the agency. And so that speaks to possibly maybe some of the concerns that are being brought forward with the language as it states now. So there is a difference between an anniversary date initially with the agency and perhaps a date in which you changed positions or changed roles within the agency. I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, that was my understanding too. Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, if it doesn't make any difference, let's go ahead and do it. You could argue either way. Let's not do it because it makes no difference. But the reason that I brought it up is because the date of December 31st, 2018 is literally just 1 week before one of the elected department heads took office and actually started. I guess January 7th would be their start date. I think that was the start date for me when I was elected that same year. And so the difference of 1 week, in the way it's worded right now, correct me if I'm wrong, but that difference of 1 week means that one individual would not be subject to the same benefits, the same step process starting as the other elected. So, I was just trying to suggest a way to create an even playing field and either add or elected, or just change the date from December 31st to January 7th. A difference of a week. What does a difference of 1 week make? It's not an end of a fiscal year or anything like that. I'm just trying to make sure that we have some equity with all of our department heads in terms of how everybody's being treated in regards to how that date affects their step process and those things. So, correct me if I'm wrong, Director Lee or Kelly, but it seems to me that the difference of that 1 week, the way it's worded right now, does have a different effect on one of the elected department heads that did not take office until January 7th. So that's all I'm trying to do is create fairness across the board and offering two different ways to do that.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Supervisor Bass.
And now I'm trying to figure out, and yeah, I would like to hear what the two, Linda and Kelly say, because in my view, whether it's this department head or another one in the future or anything else we're talking about, it's like they were already employed by the county. So they have that effective employment date. And if I'm hearing Supervisor Madrone correctly, he believes that somehow that affects their overall step increases in the future as the elected. And I would like clarification. I don't think that's what it means though. So now we are a little more, I don't think it's being discriminatory unless I can hear the staff say why they would think otherwise. So maybe.
Yeah, I think that the bottom line here is it discriminatory? And if it is, then you want to change it. If it's not, the work's been put in. But if we need to put in more work to determine whether or not it's discriminatory, that would be the next step. So, Director Lee.
I do not believe it's discriminatory. In this case, the elected officials was employed prior to being elected. So the initial appointment date of being hired into the county, that is her anniversary. That's the anniversary date moving forward, and there will be no financial impact or material impacts in that changing of the anniversary date for the individual.
Thank you.
But if we were to change the resolutions to be effective January the 7th, that will have an impact because it is now changing the hire date when in fact the initial hire date was being appointed, not elected.
Okay. So Supervisor
Yes.
Wilson, and then Supervisor Bohn. Okay, Supervisor Bohn. He was just.
Is this just for one person, one date, or would this be retroactive? Because just so you know, my appointment date, I think, was August 6th, and we changed our PERS on August 1st.
I know.
Yeah, but I was elected. So if this is gonna be retroactive, then I'm all over
After
this.
that.
I'm all for it. But in all honesty, I'm hearing it doesn't make any difference. And I think it's very noble what you're trying to do. I mean, it's just because you were elected in December and came on in January too. It doesn't affect you though, right, Steve, or does it?
It has no effect on me whatsoever.
Yeah. Okay, I didn't think so. I'm just wondering. So if it's retroactive, I'm all for it.
Council Billingsley.
Thank you, Chair. And Kelly, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that all the elected department heads that this applies to are all on the same path at this point. No one is being treated differently because of the issue we talked about. The one person that was elected was already an employee. So I believe they're all similarly situated at this point. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct. Yes, that is correct, Council Billingsley.
Okay,
That
so
was
now it
exactly
seems
my
like we do have some clarity. I'm sorry, through the chair.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Supervisor.
So it does sound
Madrone.
like we had some really good clarity there. I appreciate the discussion. And with that final comment, I withdraw my amendment suggestion. So thank you, everybody, for having an open discussion about that. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Madrone. So I'll entertain a motion for item C31.
I move we approve the suggested language.
Second.
I think that you might want to approve staff recommendation because there's a
Suggested language and staff recommendation. That's what I mean, and not the change language.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I didn't have it right.
All
in front
right.
of me. I added more to it.
All righty. Any public comment on this item?
I don't see any public comment for this item.
Thank you, Ryan. Okay, let's go ahead with the roll call vote on item C31.
Yes, I think.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Affirmative.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
And Supervisor Fennell?
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 5-0.
Thank you, Ryan. Now we'll go to public comment on non-agenda items. This portion of the meeting is reserved for people to address the board on items that are not on today's agenda. Ryan, do we have any public comment on items not on the agenda? And again, remember to call that number on the screen and press *9 to be put into the queue. I do not believe we have any. Oh, yes, we do. I think have one public. That's good. Welcome.
Good morning, Thomas Mulder again. I'm just, unless I'm reading the agenda wrong, I'm sad to not see anything about the cannabis ad hoc committee, given an update to the board. I was told at one point in time that would be on the agenda in July, and this would be the last Tuesday in July, unless I'm wrong. So I'm really, really hopeful that we can get some progress moving forward to protect the small cottage-style farmers, and even I would love to see some protections for personal use, as you know, helicopters have been out buzzing along. And it was even documented that they were doing surveillance for Sheriff's Department, the PNC, or A&P, PNC helicopter company. So it'd be nice to see some protections in there for those small farmers. On another note, I'm going to reiterate, please get control of the astronomical overtime being spent. I know there's a crisis going on, but please, whatever power you have as a board to try to curtail those costs would be very, very beneficial to the taxpayers. I know we're decreased tax dollars coming in right now with less sales tax. So please control costs. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Thomas. Any other comments on items not on the agenda?
That concludes public comment for items not on the agenda.
Thank you very much, Ryan. I'll just do a quick side note here as a member of the ad hoc committee that those items regarding small farmers will be going before the Planning Commission very shortly, and there'll be lots of public notice about that. So let's go now to a very special item. This is retirement resolution for Lieutenant Michael Fridley. And I'm going to, first of all, go to Supervisor Bohn and then the sheriff. And I hope that Mike is here with us. I believe he must be. I hope he is. Okay, good. Good morning. And Rex, go ahead.
Hello.
Do you want to say anything?
I do. Thank you, Sheriff. I know this is a loss for the department, and this is one of the good ones. Local kid done good. I've known Mike since he was a pup, so I'll read this and then we'll let him, he's on here, I believe. So it's a resolution by the Board of Supervisors. Whereas after graduating high school, Michael Fridley enlisted in the United States Army. He served as a paratrooper in the 82nd Airborne Division. After his honorable discharge, he used his GI Bill to enroll in the police academy to continue a life of service to his county and country. Whereas in October of 1991, Michael Fridley was hired by the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office, whereas in January of 1992, Michael Fridley completed the field training program and was assigned to work out of the Garberville substation. Whereas in September of 1993, due to layoffs, Michael Fridley resigned from the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office, ran north to Crescent City to join the police department, got out of there and came back in 1994, was hired as a Deputy 2 Sheriff. He resumed his position at the Garberville substation. Whereas in March of 1997, Michael Fridley was transferred from his assignment at the Garberville substation to the main station. And whereas in June of 1998, Michael Fridley was assigned to the Special Enforcement Team. He served on that team for 1 year. Whereas in December of 1998, Michael Fridley was assigned to the boating safety position. He held that position for approximately 5 years. And in 2002, Michael Fridley was awarded the Sheriff's Star for bravery. Let that sink in. And if you read the story, he deserved every bit of it. Displayed during the apprehension of a wanted murder suspect in the Oric area. During this incident, Michael Fridley negotiated face-to-face for approximately 45 minutes with the murder suspect who was holding a loaded firearm. Whereas in January of 2005, Michael Fridley was assigned to the position of FTO, Field Training Officer. He's been here a long time. It's a 2-pager, guys. Whereas in June of 2006, Michael Fridley was assigned to the Crisis Negotiation Team, CNET, and will be retiring as commander of that team. Whereas in July of 2006, Michael Fridley was promoted to the position of Sheriff Sergeant, assigned to the Hoopah substation. Whereas in March 2007, Michael Fridley was awarded the Medal of Valor for heroics displayed during a traffic stop. On November 11, 2005, during this incident, Michael Fridley selflessly put himself in great peril to save the life of fellow deputy Justin Bro, who was being held at gunpoint by a resisting suspect. Michael Fridley was able to get his hand between the hammer and firing pin of the suspect's firearm, preventing it from firing when the trigger was pulled, ultimately saving the life of his partner. Whereas in January 2009, Michael Fridley completed his assignment at the Humboldt substation and was transferred back to the main station. Whereas in January 2016, Michael Fridley was promoted to the position of Sheriff's Lieutenant, the position he currently holds. Whereas Michael Fridley participated in many rescues, tense critical incidents throughout his career, being awarded 2 life-saving medals and many commendations. Whereas Michael Fridley has always approached his career in law enforcement with passion, caring, enthusiasm, honor, a sense of humor, compassion for the community he served, and loyal to those he served with. Now therefore be resolved that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors, Sheriff William F. Hansel, and the staff of the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office hereby commends and thanks Deputy Michael Fridley for his dedicated 29 years of selfless service to the citizens of Humboldt County. We all wish him well in retirement. He will be missed. These things suck because he should be standing at the podium. We should all saying stuff about him.
Hey, Rex, just to keep to the process and then we go, do you want to move the resolution as well?
I'll move the resolution.
Second.
There you go. Okay. So, first of all, I would like to invite the sheriff, and I know we all have quite a few things. I see that. I don't know if I'm saying too much now, but I saw you touching your eyes, and I know that I was feeling a little teary-eyed too. But anyway, I'll hand it to you, Sheriff. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. This is a bittersweet time when we see someone like Lieutenant Mike Fridley retiring from our agency. He's put in the time, close to 30 years of service. And let me talk about Mike just for a second. That we talk about selfless, Mike's name comes up because everything he does in his career, it wasn't about him. It wasn't about, what it could do or how it made him look, or he did things the right way. He did things for others every day. And that public servant attitude has always been with Mike. And so this is just a snapshot of his career, what the Supervisor Bohn just talked about. But Mike made a difference every day with the people that he served and served with. And so it is like I said, a bittersweet. There's a lot of emotion that does come about when we talk about Mike. One of the things that, as well as the life-saving awards, one of the things that I think Mike needs to get more recognition on is the crisis negotiations team. Mike was instrumental in bringing mental health and our crisis negotiation team together and to deploy out in the field for these different crises that have occurred. People having their worst days and having a mental health crisis. Mike and our crisis negotiating team with mental health, would roll out and talk to people and spend time, build rapport, and talk people down. So we don't know how many actual lives that Mike saved by doing this, because it's a ripple effect. The people that he trained, the people that he worked with, people that he spoke with every day, and in these instances, he made a difference. And so it is. Anyway, it's quite spectacular. Also, Mike always likes to leave things better than what he received them as. The voting unit was one of the things that Mike, did very, very well in. Talk about someone who just knows the water, up on the Klamath River, up on all the rivers, bay, ocean, didn't matter. Mike did a great job, and then building relationships with the people that he served around. And so I don't think you're going to get one negative one negative thing that anyone would say about Mike, just because he's always takes the time to build relationship. And it was a pleasure serving with him. And he's been a part of our recruitment team. I know all of you have been kind of checking in on our recruitment. We were 20 plus persons down. Mike has done an outstanding job in going around the state recruiting, and we have more people on our recruitment list than we have positions now. So so it's a huge thing. We're looking at full staffing come the start of the new year because a lot of the things that Mike has done. So anyway, congratulations, Mike. Much deserved. Really appreciate everything you've given to our county, and you've made Philbrook proud there, Mike. Born and raised Philbrook, and I know a lot of people up there and your family are very, very proud of you. So God bless Monica too for being there by your side and through all this. So I know she's been your rock. So we want to acknowledge her as well. So congratulations, Mike. And I want him to turn on his camera because you know we need to see his face.
Yeah, Michael, please join us, and would you please turn your camera on if possible? Come on, Mike. I know he doesn't really seek the limelight very much, but he does a lot of work. Come on, Mike. Okay, let's listen to Supervisor Bass first. We'll give Mike a chance to come and talk to us. Hopefully he will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, the resolution pretty much says it all, other than the part that, besides being, very well respected with the, force, I know he's very much respected throughout the community, not just in his role as an officer, but as a community member who's really involved. And in the general area where he lives, I can tell you that people always would remark how much better they felt living somewhere near him, because he always kept an eye on things. And I can also say when some things go wrong, like streets are flooding because curb ramps have cut off drainage, he and Monica, are concerned enough to actually kind of help pull this whole thing together so it got fixed. So I just want to thank him for also being not only a great person at his job, but a really good person in the community. And I hope we will continue seeing him in some way or another. And he certainly will be missed. It is a big loss for us. So.
Thank you, Supervisor Bass. Mike, I think Sir Hansel's going to go grab Mike and tell him he's got to talk to us.
He's actually he's watching my office now. So come on in, Mike.
You know me, I can't get a computer to work. So.
Okay, good.
There we go.
Hi, Mike.
I couldn't get the camera.
You heard us. So give us a few words of wisdom, plee, or say whatever you want.
I just sat to this meeting. I heard a lot of words. So I'm a man of few words. I want to thank the county for giving me a job for almost 30 years and getting to work on all the different corners of the county and meeting a lot of people, and just been a wonderful career and meeting a lot of you people and working with you for years and years and years.
Yeah. Thank you, Mike. Well, I just want to say, people talk about the things you've done, and my reflection is you're incredibly understanding. And like Virginia said about your neighborhood, people are reassured because they know that you really care. And you and I go back a long way. I know how you worked so well with the community of Southern Humboldt, and they're very, very well liked and helped so many people. And I just reflect back to the last time that we kind of hung out together was actually when the Carico kids were missing. And I just remember how much you cared. And it was like, whatever we need to do, we're going to do it to make this work. And I just want to say thank you, Mike. You've been so good to work with. You've done such a great job for our community. And you can also held up the pride of our sheriff's department, because we very, very rarely have had to deal with a crisis situation that went bad because of your work. And thank you so much for that as well.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Okay.
Thanks, buddy.
Rex, go ahead, Rex. You want to say anything?
I I got to say too much about him already, so
Yeah.
you're tired of hearing me. But everything that was said on that resolution ×5. You're a good man. You got a good smile. You're not afraid to bark back at somebody when they're wrong. He's barked at me once or twice. But I'll tell you what, he represents the most we can ever ask of any employee, and especially in a position of our law enforcement, is to represent themselves and the county well. And he's done both of those way and above the call of duty. So thank you for your service to the county. And I'd be remiss if I says, go back 30 years. Thank you for your service to the country. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. And I'm glad to see you're all in one piece so you can retire and have some fun, I hope. You're doing well. And I do want to send lots of gratitude also to Monica for helping you do what you do. I'll open it up. I don't know if we have any public comment on this item. Do we have anybody who'd like to speak on this item? Brian? Don't see any hands up at this point. Again, if somebody wants to speak, one of our attendees, you can press *9 and you would put in the queue.
Supervisor Fennell?
Okie dokie.
Supervisor
Yes.
Fennell? For 1 minute,
Yes.
can everybody take 10 seconds, pretend they're sitting in the chambers and the whole back wall is lined with law enforcement and the back two rows are lined with law enforcement. And I actually think there would probably be more than that for Mike. So I think everybody needs to envision what this should be compared to what it is. Like I said, this sucks for him. Actually, he's very happy because then he doesn't have to shake everybody's hand. So he's pleased as punch. We had to drag him in front of the camera. But I think everybody should realize what this actually would be and what this would actually be in real life rather than the situation we're in. I think we should be aware of that.
I think that's a great point, Rich. And then the other thing I would say is that if you imagine that wall of law enforcement all the way back there, and you ask anybody to speak, nobody's going to come up to the mic. It's just standing in solidarity. So we're same situation. Again, thank you so much, Mike, and good luck and happy trails on your retirement.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Wilson.
I just wanted to throw in my thanks for that long service to the community, and also with a reputation like Mike has, it shows a immense amount of empathy within, and I personally think that that's a great trait to have, because that's really what it takes to service the community, no matter what capacity we're in. And so from the stories I've heard and from what we've heard today, I think that comes through. And so thank you for that.
Thank you. All right. Well, thank you very much. We actually have a motion on the floor. So Ryan, if you will take the roll call, please.
Yes, Supervisor Bohn?
Yep.
Supervisor Bass?
Reluctantly, yes. I'd rather say no, so you had to stay.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yep.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
And Supervisor Fennell?
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 5-0.
Thank you very much, Mike. Thank you, Mike. All righty. So the next thing we go on to is the Human Rights Commission annual report. That's coming on with a presentation from Lelania Dubois, who is the chair of the Human Rights Commission. And I believe Lelania is with us right now. So welcome you and wait for your presentation. Welcome, Lelania.
Good morning. It's nice to see everybody's faces through all this change in the world. And thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Board. I'm actually here today as the new chair, but I'm representing Jim Glover, our previous chair. So I will just read his summary that he asked me to read, and we can go from there. Members of the Board of Supervisors, please allow me to thank you on behalf of the members of the Human Rights Commission for your support this past year and for your continued ongoing encouragement. The full report, which you have had the opportunity to review, says volumes about the work which we have been engaged. Human trafficking, immigration issues, encouraging kindness in the community, serving interests of correctional facility inmates, serving those with behavioral challenges, homelessness, the challenge of cultural and racial awareness, answering phone calls from people who just need someone to speak to, or directing people who do not know how their issues may be served by our local government, are all the ways in which your commission serves. We appreciate the financial assistance budgeted to provide grants to local groups engaging in serving in areas like human trafficking. We appreciate the dialogue with the sheriff, individual supervisors, and your representatives. The biggest service supervisors can provide is to fill our vacancies on our commission. Some of our vacancies have existed for years, often due to travel distances. With the use of teleconferencing technologies that need not to be an ongoing excuse for our more rural areas to be represented. In recent months, the nation has been tearing itself apart in a dialogue, sometimes in the streets, that tries to assure all our citizens are served and protected equally. This is a challenge in which this commission intends to remain engaged. With your support and involvement, we can move our community forward for all its residents. I have had the good fortune to serve as chair for the last 4 years and regret not being here today, but other obligations do not allow that to happen. I encourage you to continue working with the commission and its new leadership. Sincerely, Jim Glover. Thank you.
Thank you, Lelania. Thank you. Any other discussion from the board about this presentation or the staff report on the Human Rights Commission? Supervisor Bohn?
Well, as always, every year, we really appreciate everything they do and all the questions. You know, we see them in the hall, you know, all the time and on Thursday nights and stuff. So they do a good job for us. I mean, we're one of the smallest counties with the, I always like to say this, we're one of the smallest counties with the Human Rights Commission. I mean, I don't think we have an adjoining county. We got to go quite a ways to find another county that has a Human Rights Commission in the North State. So I guess that shows that we are a little forward thinking, and they do it with very little assistance from us and without a budget, like a lot of our other commissions and stuff. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Supervisor Bass?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, you know, I'm, you know, through the years, I see more and more good work coming out of the human rights. I keep looking, there's Lele's picture moved over there. On Zoom, you look one place and the next, then they're gone. But, you know, I think we've seen a lot more substantive items out of the commission. I think they've taken on some pretty big issues, and I really think they work well together. They've got a lot of very dedicated people. And also, I wanted to just mention, you know, with Jim Glover being the past chair, and you know, Jim is I do want to say a jewel in this community for everything he does, and he is the most patient person I think I've ever met. So there's a lot of really good members on there, and Lele, it's good to see the energy that you bring to it. And maybe, I don't know if I should say congratulations on your term as chair, but you know, I'm sure it's going to be busy. Although, you know, like everything else with COVID, a lot of unknowns this year. But I suspect you guys will still continue your good work, and it's really appreciated.
Thank you, Supervisor Bass. Supervisor Madrone, and then Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Lele, I really want to thank you and Jim and all the members of the commission for all that you do with such little resources, working tirelessly for our community. So just very short, thank you for everything.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Supervisor Wilson.
I want to echo all the thanks, specific and general that we've just heard, but also I want to thank you for the statement that was read and especially the recognition of the issues that we're going to have to be dealing with and facing moving forward, especially related to the systemic inequities that I think there's a lot, fortunately, there's a lot more awareness and hopefully a lot more movement on these things, both locally and nationally and internationally. And I'm looking forward to our Human Rights Commission's efforts in that. It's not, none of it's going to be easy, but it's all going to be worth it. And so I appreciate that. And I'm looking forward to progress.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson, Supervisor Lilinia. Lele, I really appreciate your addition to the Human Rights Commission. You bring your passion and conviction that your work and the work of the Commission will make a difference. And it's that compassion and conviction that actually gets you somewhere. And I know you've had some great movement on recognition of the human trafficking issues, and as the Supervisor Wilson said, there are bound to be more issues that you'll be dealing with as we all deal with a changed world. So thank you for your dedication. Thank you for stepping up as chair, and I wish you the very best in doing that. And I, again, really appreciate it. Is there any public comment on this item? Have any? Ryan?
I don't see any public comment for this item, Supervisor Fennell.
Okay. Okay, just as a quick note, if you've been watching, and you can call those numbers on the screen and press *9 if you want to be brought into the conversation. Okie dokie, I think that's it. I would entertain a motion to accept a report.
So moved.
I'll make a second on that.
Well,
all right. We have a motion and a second, and we'll go to Ryan for the roll call.
Yes.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Supervisor Bass?
yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Fennell?
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 5-0.
Again, thank you very much, Lily. Is there anything you wanted to add? I didn't.
First of all, I want to say thank you to all the support that we've gotten from you. And I want to say an extra great thanks to Jim Glover, because he has been an amazing leader. And his leadership is a big reason why I felt I could step into role as chair, because he has been such an amazing mentor and allowed us to do such great work. And I am looking forward to this next year, to learning the new role and to participate more with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lily. All right, that will bring us to our next item, which is item G1, and this is to consider the appointment of an alternate to the Citizens Advisory Committee on Measure C expenditures. That actually was brought to us by Supervisor Madrone. So I will toss it to you, Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, as you may know, at a previous meeting, I appointed Scott Bender to be the 5th District representative. He had been an at-large representative, so that leaves an open seat. I just want to say that Scott has done a tremendous job in his role in Measure Z, and you know, the position we're going to select today, the person to fill that seat, it's at large, and you actually don't get to vote unless there is no quorum. In other words, if you would help make the quorum, then you end up having a vote. The Measure Z committee, most members have been there, so it's been rare for an at-large member to be able to cast their vote. But regardless of that, Scott has read all of the materials. He has attended every meeting, and he has done his due diligence in listening and carefully considering all the recommendations the committee was making. So I'm very honored to have moved Scott into the 5th District seat representing the entire district. So really what's before us today is to fill the empty at-large seat. And as I said, it's a non-voting seat unless a quorum needs to be made. And there are 6 applicants. One came in late. I believe some of them may be here today. They were informed that they have the opportunity to make a short statement to the board here today in Zoom. But we all have their redacted statements. And so I'm just going to leave this to the board discussion. Perhaps somebody might suggest a voting procedure once we have the robust discussion about the candidates, and then we can figure out exactly how to proceed. But that's the introduction. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Supervisor Bass.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that I know the one that came in late, one that we received yesterday, was not actually late. They had turned it in the day, the Thursday that it was due. Unfortunately, with the craziness of trying to get the agenda printed, I believe it inadvertently was not included in the packet. And so I did want to say that, as far as timeliness, if someone is concerned about that, I just wanted to, it's not necessarily someone's fault because they weren't thinking about it. It just kind of just didn't make it on the agenda by accident. So, and staff we overburden them, and so sometimes these little last minute things, I'm sure are really easy to kind of skip. But we did get it sent to us, so I'm glad it's in that we all have that in front of us now.
Thank you. So we have mentioned that there was one that's not on the agenda, and that would be Eddie Morgan. And then we also have Michelle Collender, Pete Oringer, Tyson Sanchez, Ulf Engert, and Tom Wheeler. So really appreciate the fact that people are stepping up. This is an important committee. And if my colleague, Supervisor Bohn, did you have something? I don't know. Yes. Okay.
No,
so
you're doing great. You take it.
Okay. So the bottom line here is we can have discussions now based on the materials that have been provided to us. And then I will open it up to see if any of the applicants are here to talk with us. And then we'll go through how we would make the appointment, kind of reflect back on how we've done it in the past, which would be basically to ask each of you your first and second choice, since it's only one position. So let's go first of all with the board. Anybody want to say anything about the applications you've seen in front of us? Okay, I'm going to open it up to the applicants. So Ryan, if you would bring those applicants on as participants, we can have a discussion with them. Have any of the applicants asked to participate in the meeting?
Yes, Chair Fennell. So I do see Eddie Morgan in the queue. There are call-in phone numbers with their hands raised, and we can call on them. I'm not certain who they would be because it just shows their phone number. So I'm going to start wherever you would like.
Okay, well, let's start with the first number here, which is 8689, and then I see Eddie is, unless that's his number, I see his name down there. So if not, he should put his hand up if he wishes to speak. But we'll go to, yeah, there he is. Okay, so let's go to 8689, whoever that is.
Hi, Estelle. This is Tom Wheeler. Thank you for your consideration of my application. Hi. Thank you for your consideration of my application to be on Measure Z advisory committee. Obviously, this is a little bit different than how I would normally approach you. This is outside of my work as executive director of EPIC, and this is just an interest of mine as a private citizen. And I think that I am well versed with how county government works and budgets, and so I think I'd be able to present skills in that direction. And I honestly, I think that it's important that we have someone who is more critical of law enforcement as part of this Measure Z committee, and I am certainly part of the movement to re-examine the way that law enforcement exists in American society. And so I would bring that perspective, which I think is a different and unique perspective to the Measure Z committee. So thank you again for considering my application.
Thank you, Tom, for joining us today. And again, there are 6 people whose names have been put in, and we do have another applicant now willing to join us. Eddie Morgan, welcome.
Hello, this is Eddie Morgan. I hope you all can hear me. I'd like to thank you for considering me for the this particular position. It's an honor. I think, as I said in my application, where I'm coming from is a desire to serve. I've been a 20-year veteran. I'm a local business person, so I contribute to the fund. And I think any organization, in order to function well, should have people that want to help it. And I would very much like to be one of those people. I do have a lot of experience looking at different organizations. I spent a year on the civil grand jury where we looked at a lot of different budgets of the county. And I don't want to make this too long, but thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for considering. And if there's any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you, Eddie. And in fact, thank you for reminding me. I do want to extend that invitation to all of the applicants. If anybody, if the board has any questions for you, to stay on the line so that we can actually ask you those questions. Thank you so much, Eddie. Any other applicants who'd like to join the conversation? I don't believe there are. Okay, thank you. Thanks. So bring it back to the board. Does the board have any questions or comments for the applicants? Okay, Supervisor Wilson.
I don't necessarily have any questions for the applicants per se, but I do appreciate the 2 applicants that came forward this morning to take the time to introduce themselves to us. And I just want to acknowledge that and hope that's relevant in our deliberations. But I'm looking forward to a process. In the past, we have done where we've done like 2 or 3, and then what did we do? We had some sort of like ranking number, and staff helped with that. But I'll go with whatever the chair wants to do on this.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. Well, I just thought that, you know, it's a one position that we're going for, so I thought maybe just a first and second choice. And I will ask Ryan to help me keep track of that. Any Supervisor Wilson?
Sorry, I also just wanted to I think in consideration in our deliberations, also just, you know, understanding that the person that is selected in this case, again, as Supervisor Madrone said, is just an alternate. So part of this is, you know, they do have a voice at the table in terms of deliberations, but not necessarily in terms of the voting. And so it is important to have a variety of views. I think the community is trying our best, or trying to do better anyway, recognizing the diversity within our community. And I think that is in all kinds of levels and voices. So trying to recognize that, and let's going forward, ready to deliberate.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. So any comments or Supervisor Bass?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to follow up. I think Supervisor Wilson, you know, made some good points. But I don't want someone to think they're just an alternate, because sometimes the alternate can be the one who brings the idea to the table that everyone else just doesn't see. So I don't ever want to downplay what an alternate is, except yes, there is no vote, and that would be frustrating sometimes. But yeah, and it's a really good pool, and it's really hard on to decide because there are a lot of different facets we're all probably looking at. So I'd be interested to moving forward, and I would just, if if the chair's suggestion of the top 2 works for others.
Out King.
We can do. We can do top 3 if you guys feel comfortable with that. I don't mind. Let me ask you that. Do a straw poll. 2 or 3 votes. Supervisor Bohn, Supervisor Madrone, Supervisor.
Mine's peace.
2. Okay, so 1 and 2. All right. So let's start. Ryan, why don't you poll the supervisors, and we'll get everybody's first and second choice, please. And again, I want to say before any of this, thank you to everybody for stepping up, and thank you for helping us. And just as a reminder, Measure C is our public safety self-imposed tax, sales tax, and disbursement of that goes to public safety. So, Ryan, please, if you would go ahead.
Absolutely, Supervisor Fennell. Supervisor Bohn, would you like to start?
Yeah, Morgan Sanchez.
Okay.
Supervisor Bass?
Yeah, but I'm going to say something on each one. My first one is Eddie Morgan. I just know that I've worked with him a lot. He's thoughtful. He's really good at critical thinking and asking some tough questions. And my second would be Pete Oranger for his lifetime commitment to the community and just his involvement in multiple different facets of the community.
Thank you. Supervisor Wilson?
Let's see, for me, I think my 2 would be Wheeler and Sanchez.
Yeah.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. Supervisor Madrone?
Yes, and just a quick comment. I thought it was interesting that 3 out of 6 of the applicants are from our IT department. So good on you, IT. Good to see people stepping up and getting involved in community service. And I know they do in their own lives already, but I just thought that was interesting. 3 IT folks stepping up. At any rate, my votes would be Tom Wheeler and Sanchez.
Okay.
Thank you
very much. And just to be a little bit different here, I would say my 2 would be Morgan and then Engert, also from IT. But the reason, first of all, for Eddie, he served both on the grand jury and the Human Rights Commission, so already served the community so much. Retired, wants to help, and I think would end, at a really good, really good voice to the discussion. And then, because he talked about public safety in his application, and that's what Measure C is all about. So again, that mine would be Eddie Morgan and Ulf Engert.
Make a motion that we nominate Eddie Morgan for the alternate on the Measure C committee.
Second.
Can we get a tally on those votes?
Yes, Supervisor Wilson. I can share the screen to show everyone what we have here. So 3 for Eddie Morgan, Supervisor Bohn, Bass, and Fennell. 2 for Mr. Wheeler with Supervisor Wilson and Madrone. 1 for Mr. Ingrid, Supervisor Fennell's second vote. three for Mr. Sanchez, Supervisor Bohn, Wilson, and Madrone second, and one for Mr. Oringer, Supervisor Bass the second.
Thank you. Well done, Ryan. Appreciate that.
Call for the question.
Okay.
Second.
Virginia
Yes,
seconded.
Seconded it. I was tallying as we went.
3 1s. It doesn't,
Yeah, right. Great. Thank you. I think we are ready for a vote on that motion.
There's just
Get back to you, Ryan. Unless there's, okay, Ryan. Supervisor Wilson, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to say that although Morgan, Eddie is not my first or second choice on this, I will say that I do like him very much. I do think he does an excellent job on everything that he's doing. He does great service, and he has an amazing viewpoint in terms of analysis. And so I feel confident in his ability to do this, but I do want to recognize that Tyson Sanchez received the same number of votes in terms of our tally here, and recognize that working with Tyson and knowing him and his family, I want to understand that there is another perspective there too, and we should be and I encourage folks to jump into this. And I do want to acknowledge what Tom Wheeler did bring forth, which is the idea that as we move forward and really discuss how we spend public safety dollars, that the perspective of how we view public safety and the constructs of that are something that is, well, the viewpoints are changing on that, and we should be acknowledging that, and I appreciate that that people are brave enough to step up and offer that they can offer some of those viewpoints, and understanding too that we have some generational issues and on these things, and maybe it is a good time to get more millennials and people of color and all kinds of other voices on these committees, and we need to do a better job, I think, of recruitment in terms of just letting people know that their voices can be heard in these spaces, and that they don't necessarily have to be on the committee to be heard. Showing up really matters, and I think Scott Bender is an example of that. Showing up and being a participant really makes a difference, and I think and so I just want to just acknowledge all of those things, and hopefully we have to do that every step of the way if we really are going to attack these systemic issues that we're grappling with currently, and we should have been grappling with for the last 400 years. But here we are today, and so that's all I have to say. I'm ready to. I believe Eddie will do a fine job and actually do a great job, and so I'm ready to move forward with support.
Supervisor Bass and then Supervisor Bohn.
Well, and the reason I made the motion is because Tyson was my second choice, but he was my second choice, and he got 3 seconds, which means he was right there. But we had 3 first. That any way you wanted to add, any way you want to do it by negative or positive counts was going to put, and we voted on. And I agree with your what you just said, with everything you said. And the best thing to do is when we're making our own personal appointments, is probably not jump on the whole board, make them with you. Start with your own appointments first, and then work out and show people what you mean by that. And then also let your people know through social media, get on the phone, do whatever the case may be, but say, hey, we're going to have a Measure Z meeting. We're going to let your people know what's going on, and you'd love to hear from them on this forum or any forum. And I think, it almost feels like we're being scolded when we're actually all doing and could make, changes start within. So, and that's coming from me. So there you go.
I didn't mean to scold anybody in any of this. If that's the way someone feels, I don't know. That's up on them. But I will say that the way I interpreted this is these were two top choices that were even in my viewpoint, but it's okay. I understand where Rex is coming from with relationship to first and second, and I'm totally okay with that. And that
I was confused. I didn't know we were picking our top 2 ones. I thought we were picking our first pick and our second pick. I'll go to the chair for clarification.
It's all good.
That is correct. It's first pick.
Okay, well, I'm just, okay.
Yeah.
Well, he said we were picking our top ones.
And I said I could be wrong.
Okay, guys. Definitely interesting times. Let's put it that way. Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually understood what Supervisor Wilson was saying. And Supervisor Bohn, I think there's just different perspectives of it. Yeah, I just wanted to say, you know, Tyson, I know when it comes to IT stuff, he saves my bacon a lot, you know, and I don't think Rex, Supervisor Bohn can get on these meetings unless Tyson's been in that room first to get things, you know, like working, because some of us are challenged in that respect. So I appreciate everything he does in that realm. And Tom Wheeler, you know, it's one of those, he's one of those people that I have, I think he's actually very interesting, smart, one of the easiest people who are seen as coming from an organization that was not always easy to work with. I find him really actually a really fine individual, and I do appreciate how he thinks. I just know that Eddie, having worked with him so long in different situations, I've seen how his mind works when it comes down to the crunching and trying to figure things out. So, but they're all good people. It's always tough to have to make a choice.
Well, that's exactly true, Supervisor Bass. All very good people, and yeah, I don't want to slight Tyson. I think he's amazing. I just really, when I'm making my choice, really drilling down to the fact of what Measure C is about. And again, really appreciate everybody stepping up. You know, there's some fields that we have a really hard time appointing people to. And this is a very demanding advisory committee, and it's just wonderful to see so many people willing to serve. So thank you for that. So we do have a motion on the floor. We'll go to Ryan to do the roll call.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
And Supervisor Fennell?
Yes.
Thank you. Passes.
And thank you, everybody. Appreciate that. Now we're going on to a pretty exciting item here. This is exciting. I don't know. I'm very interested in terms of how much money is coming to the county for us to deal with the challenges we faced due to the pandemic. So we'll go to the County Administrative Office. CAO Nelson is going to give us well, first of all, I'm sorry. I did jump the gun. We're dealing with something not quite as exciting as the CARES Act, but we're going into an ordinance to amend the expense ordinance and updated expense reimbursement policy. So sorry about that. This is a little bit more nuts and bolts. Go ahead, CL Nelson.
Yes, not quite as exciting as the CARES Act spending plan. So I'm going to turn this particular item over to our Deputy County Administrative Officer, Sean Quincy, who has done all of the heavy lifting on this policy amendment. And so I will turn it over to Sean.
Thank you, CL Nelson. Welcome, Sean.
Well, thank you for having me. Good morning, Chair Fennell and members of the board. I'm going to do a screen share. It's my first time doing a screen share with the PowerPoint. So,
sorry, excuse me, Sean. I bet you anything Council Billingsley wants to introduce the ordinance. Council Billingsley.
Yes, Chair. Just before Mr. Quincy got too far along, before your board is introduction. Is an ordinance of the County of Humboldt, amending sections 254-2 and 254-4 through 254-9 of Chapter 4 of Division 5 of Title 3 of the Humboldt County Code related to expenses.
Thank you, Councilor Billingsley. And now back to you, Sean.
All right, here we go. You let me know if everybody can see that, the PowerPoint up here.
Yes.
Okay. All right, great. So this expense and reimbursement ordinance and policy was originally adopted in 1981, and the current version of the policy is simply outdated. Several areas have been modified over the years, and they seem to address many areas of the policy, seem to address very specific situations that have come up, which has led to a policy that in some parts is too narrow to allow for county business to be done efficiently. The policy before your board and ordinance is a significant rewrite. The stated goal of the policy is to ensure that county employees that the county does not do business at the expense of employees. Some costs are obvious that employees must bear as a part of their normal work, such as driving to and from work, while other costs are not necessarily as obvious, such as determining the reimbursement rate for an employee who works the graveyard shift but eats dinner at a non-traditional time. So this policy gives department heads flexibility within state and federal laws, and with some additional local limitations to determine when a charge is appropriate for their specific programs. With this forward-looking approach to the policy, we hope that this version of this policy will serve as one that can operate in different environments and is adaptable to county needs. So I'll move on to some of the key changes that are a part of this new policy. First, I will say that this policy currently is called the travel and meal policy, but it's called the expense and reimbursement policy now to just encompass the full array of expenses that county employees bear sometimes while doing business with and for the county. So the first key change of the policy is that it has a stated goal of being an accountable plan. And in order to ensure that employee reimbursements do not count as taxable wages, county payments to employees need to be made under what is called an accountable plan, which is an IRS designation. An accountable plan has three main criteria. The first criteria is that business expenses must have a business connection. And this is satisfied on the claim forms where claimants must state the purpose of their trip. The second element is that employees must account for expenses within a, quote, reasonable period of time. And for this policy, that means basically that expense claims need to be submitted within 60 days of incurring the expense. And the third and final portion is that claimants must return excess reimbursements, again, within a, quote, reasonable period of time. And for this policy, that's 120 days. And both of those time periods that I mentioned in section parts 2 and 3 are both cited in IRS regulations as examples of reasonable timeframes. The second key change that I wanted to bring before your board is this phrase that you'll see over and over in the policy about department head and designee approval. So many of the judgment calls about whether an expense or certain arrangement is necessary or related to county business requires pretty detailed knowledge about a department's operations and the context of expenditures. Therefore, in many sections of the policy, as I said, the policy, in many sections of the policy, department heads and or their designees have been delegated authority to determine whether a particular expense or arrangement is authorized pursuant to those sections. And the reason for doing that is that hopefully this will allow the approval process of claims to be streamlined and therefore allow reimbursements or county payment to be made more quickly and efficiently. The third section that I wanted to bring before your board is a piece of the policy that we've headlined as special circumstances. So from time to time, the county recruits for department heads and other senior essential positions. And these recruitments sometimes require the county to bring individuals from out of the area to interview for a job, even during this time of coronavirus. The cost associated with traveling to Humboldt County for interviews has been identified as an obstacle to hiring qualified personnel. Therefore, this policy authorizes the county to pay for certain expenses related to recruiting in these circumstances, with a caveat that it needs approval of the Director of Human Resources, the County Administrative Office, and the appointing authority, so the department head that's hiring for the position. This is my last slide. So the next section is headlined Fees and Tickets. So while the county expects employees to abide by the law, especially when working for the county, there are certain times when it is appropriate for the county to pay for expenses related to the unlawful operation of a motor vehicle. One example includes bridge toll violations that are not the employee's fault, as was approved by your board earlier this month. While these instances are few and far between, they are likely to arise again. Therefore, this policy prohibits payment for violations of the law, but allows for exceptions with approval of the department head and the CAO. It should be noted that the auditor controller has objected to this portion of the policy without their office being included in the review of such expenditures. The next section is around per diem amounts, and the current policy allows the county to pay for employees for certain meals depending on the time of day that they claim the meal. The claim amounts for breakfast and lunch are often cheaper than dinner. However, not all employees work the same schedule, and some employees, for example, eat a more expensive dinner meal in the morning because of that. In the past, those meal times have been fixed. However, this policy allows department heads and their designees to use their knowledge of a particular situation to determine when an employee is eating which kind of meal, and therefore allow the appropriate level of per diem. And the final section that I want to bring before your board is headline limitations and authorities. And the current policy did not lay out a process for appeal if a claim is rejected. And this policy states that the auditor controller should work with claimants on rejected claims. But if the rejection persists, then departments can refer the matter to the CAO to bring before the board. And if necessary, policy adjustments or exceptions can be made at that point. And that is the conclusion of my presentation. Let me just make sure that I can turn off the screen share. And I am open to take questions from your board.
Well, first off, I want to thank you very much, Sean. That's a really detailed and understandable report. Appreciate the work that you guys have put into that. So to the board, any questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, I entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to accept staff's recommendation.
I will second that motion.
And a second. Any further discussion? No further discussion. I'll go to public comment.
I want to thank the CAO and Sean for stepping up and cleaning this up a little bit, and streamlining it so we can reimburse our employees in a timely manner and having this set of checks and balances that with people that understand what's going on. So I appreciate that.
Supervisor Wilson?
I just want to acknowledge that, this is always an iterative process. Nothing we do is perfect. And that's why things need changes as we move forward. And it may turn out this isn't perfect, and we'll make changes if needed moving forward. But it is the efforts of everybody to basically move in the right direction. And I think this helps us get there. And I appreciate everyone's work on that.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. Supervisor Bass?
Madam Chair, I wanted to say, that I think it is important that, the department heads, and that there's more of a, department place decision making on some of these things. I had an experience a couple of years ago, and it's not, I don't use a county vehicle often because most of my travel is through CSAC, but I did for an event a couple of years ago or for a meeting. And I remember trying to get the car home in time. And I had this lovely case of the stomach flu while driving from the Bay Area. So if any of you have gone through that, you can understand it's not exactly, oh well. It's just an example. I couldn't get back in time to get the car turned in. And so after, you know, the time that it spent getting in the hopper and into the process, it got kicked back again. And it would have made sense if someone in the department, if we could have just had that, hey, this is what happened. And it just seems like it could streamline things in some cases for the auditor's office, because I would think that that has got to be very time consuming to keep going back and forth when, you know, some instances happen that aren't necessarily made very clear. So I think they're a good change.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. Any further comments, Supervisor Madrone?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too think this is a good step forward in terms of providing clarity for the process. For us as board members, we don't have a department head. We have the clerk of the board that processes our reimbursement request for per diem and travel and such. And I would just say that I think we will do our clerk of the board a great favor when we submit our travel reimbursement requests if we provide a note as to why we may be asking for per diem as well as meals being provided at a conference. I know that's been a sticking point. It looks to the uninformed person that maybe we're double dipping. There certainly are good reasons for asking for per diem, even when meals are provided. For instance, you may have other meetings or schedules, appointments that you can't make that lunch provided by the conference, and or you may have incidental expenses that are large because you're in a very expensive place like the Hyatt downtown San Francisco. So there are very legitimate reasons for not only getting meals at a conference, but also potentially getting per diem. And so if we provide a note to our clerk of the board describing why we're seeking that reimbursement when meals were provided, et cetera, it will help that individual submit the request, and then the auditor controller will have what they need to be able to approve that request timely and efficiently. So I think, you know, this clarifies things. This policy is good, but I just want to remind us as board members, we have a personal responsibility to provide that documentation, and it's written into the new policy here guideline. And so I just want to do what we can to help make our staff's life a lot easier and more efficient for us. So just a clarification, I think this is real good here.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Any further comment on this? So I'll just reiterate, I appreciate the work. It really does address a lot of the issues that have come up with changing times, etc. So let's go to Ryan for the vote.
Yes.
Supervisor.
Oh, wait a second. We have two hands up before we go to the vote. Councilor Billingsley and CEO Nielsen.
Comment.
Thank you.
Who was
Thank you for your help.
Who was the?
We're going to public comment.
Sure, Supervisor Fennell. Thank you. Who was the motion maker and the seconder?
Bohn and Bass, I think. Was that correct? No.
It was Wilson this time.
Bohn and Wilson.
Wilson.
I thought it was
Bohn
Wilson.
and Wilson. Thank you. Yeah.
Bohn and Wilson.
I'm sorry.
I'm just responsible
no
for
offense,
myself.
Supervisor Wilson.
I can't remember.
Apologies, Supervisor Wilson. Okay, let's go to public comment on this item. Do we have any public comment?
I don't see any public comment, Chair Fennell.
All right, we bring it back to the board and go to you, Ryan, again for the vote.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
And Supervisor Fennell.
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 5-0.
Thank you, and thank you to the CAO's office for clarifying all of that. And now we will get to the CARES Act and your presentation on what that means for Humboldt County, for our planning in the future, for other contingencies that may come up. And I'll toss it to CAO Nelson.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. Before I move this presentation over to our Assistant County Administrative Officer, Alicia Hayes, I just want to take a moment to thank Alicia Hayes, Scott Adair, the Sheriff's Office, particularly Regina Fuller, Health and Human Services, Olivia Wilder, and our auditor in the development and establishment of this spending plan. This is an additional responsibility as a result of a pandemic, and I just really appreciate all their time and energy in putting this together. And with that, I will turn this over to Alicia Hayes.
Thank you, CAO Nelson.
Thank you, CAO Nelson. Good morning, Chair Fennell, members of the board. I will share my presentation with you that I have. Okay, does everybody see that, my screen?
Yes, yes, we do.
Okay, fabulous.
Very familiar image.
Right, yes, absolutely. So today I come before your board to present a Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, also known as CARES, Relief Fund Proposed Spending Plan, and a supplemental budget for the Emergency Preparedness Budget Unit in fiscal year 2019-20. On March 27th, 2020, the CARES Act was signed into law. This legislation authorizes more than $2 trillion to battle COVID-19 and its economic effects, including treatment and testing, public health, sanitation and protection, emergency response, compliance and mitigation, and economic support. In order to receive CARES Act funding, local governments were required to attest that funds would be used for costs only for costs that are necessary expenditures incurred due to the public health emergency with respect to COVID-19, were not accounted for in the budget most recently approved as of March 27th, 2020, and were incurred during the period that begins March 1st, 2020 and ends December 30th, 2020. In addition, the county, as a condition of the state of California, had to agree to do all of the following as a condition of receipt of funds: adhere to federal guidance at the state stay-at-home requirements and other health requirements as directed in Gubernatorial Executive Order N33-20 and any subsequent orders or statutes, and all of California Department of Public Health orders, directives, and guidance in response to the COVID-19 emergency. Use the funds in accordance with all applicable provisions of state mandates. Report on expenditures and summarize regional collaboration and non-duplication of efforts with the region by September 1st of 2020. Retain records and support to support reported COVID-19 eligible expenditures and participate in audits as outlined by the federal government. In addition, return any funds that are unspent by October 30th, 2020, and repay the state for any costs disallowed after federal review. The County of Humboldt has been allocated $13.591 million, which reflects a relative share of the state's population. Today, staff are presenting the initial spending plan that has been developed through the collaboration of the County Administrative Office, the Department of Health and Human Services, and the Sheriff. And this plan includes proposed funding for small businesses, critical safety net services to support vulnerable populations, and for reimbursement of county expenditures incurred to respond to COVID-19, such as addressing medical needs and other health precautions. The spending plan is broken down into 4 categories, with the first being local government support. This category utilizes $2 million in funding and consists of overtime, emergency response premium pay, sick leave, and emergency family medical leave for employees. In addition, this includes out-of-pocket expenses for things such as protective equipment, telecommuting, and sanitation supplies. The next category is for the care of citizens. This category uses nearly $875,000 of funding and allows for the sheltering of people who need to be isolated, provides food delivery services and care to families in isolation, funding to prevent the eviction of tenants in sustainable housing, and providing isolation services to prisoners who are released early. The next category is for small business support. This category uses $3.28 million of funding and will provide reimbursements of up to $500 to nearly 2,500 businesses who have submitted their business reopening plans, and up to $12,000 to assist 165 businesses with COVID-19 related expenditures. Contained in today's report is a detailed summary of this proposed program. The final category is for future needs. This category uses $7.4 million in funding and will provide reimbursements of future costs such as employee salaries costs for work substantially dedicated to the response of COVID-19, additional testing capacity, extra help expense for EOC needs, building modifications to provide for improved social distancing and sanitation, technology for improved telecommuting, household supplies such as protective equipment, sanitizers, cleaners, face masks, and thermometers, equipment purchases, and finally contingencies for the inevitable unknown or costs not covered by FEMA. This initial spending plan is likely to change as more information becomes available from the U.S. Treasury and the needs for the funds are continually reassessed. Staff will return at a later date to make any necessary budget adjustments and to obtain approval from your board as to any recommended amendments to the spending plan. Accordingly, staff recommend that your board approve the proposed Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act Relief Fund proposed spending plan as presented in today's board report. To summarize, contained in today's board report is a number of recommendations, first of which being to approve the proposed spending plan contained in attachment 1 of today's board report, to direct the auditor controller to establish Fund 3232 and Budget Unit 120, which will hold all of the CARES Act funding and expense allocations, approve the supplemental budget request of $13.591 million contained in attachment 2 for fiscal year 1920, and authorize the county administrative office and the auditor controller staff to make any technical corrections necessary to effectuate your board's order. And finally, to delegate to the auditor controller's office and the county administrative office authority to approve budget transfer requests to create fixed assets for the CARES Act funding budget unit, up to $50,000 for equipment and up to $100,000 for building improvements that meet the eligibility criteria for the CARES Act funding. With that, I conclude the staff report and will gladly answer any of your board's questions.
Thank you, Alicia. If you can close out your...
Yes, I just have to find you in all of my items on my screen. Here we go.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you for this presentation, Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And maybe in all the numbers and in the conversation, I missed part of this. And looking through the chart, it's pretty exciting knowing that we have some opportunities. And the one that was marked eviction prevention, I'm just curious how we expect that to work when we're, trying to keep people from being evicted. Do those dollars therefore then go straight to the landlord? Because I have very few, people that are reporting issues, but there's one or two that have multiple people that have not necessarily even said it was COVID. I mean, there's some challenges getting some payments for some really small landlords. And so I'm wondering, well, I think the eviction prevention dollars are good. How do we plan for those to actually work? Regarding what is the guarantee for the landlord as well? And maybe I should be asking Amy.
C.A.O. Nielsen, thank you, Supervisor Bass.
I'm interested, yes, I see Connie. So Health and Human Services will administer the eviction prevention funds. And so I'm hoping that Connie can help address help answer your question.
Welcome, Director Beck. It's okay. We see you floating in and out of the image.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get in the camera good enough. Good morning, Health and Human Services Director Connie Beck. I can tell you what we've come up with rather quickly. We had staff review other eviction prevention programs, including the city of Eureka, Los Angeles, Iowa, Michigan, and Baltimore. So this is what we came up with. And I think that we can, given your board's direction, we can make some changes, but this is sort of what we're thinking. So the program would be administered through one of our benefit programs. We would pay up to $5,000 per household for payment of back rent or mortgage. We, as the county, would ask the landlords to waive all late fees. Checks will be issued directly to landlord or mortgage company. And then this would be available for families and individuals up to 120% of the area median income who are not eligible to any other housing or benefit programs. And were unable to pay rent or mortgage during COVID. And prioritization will be first come, first serve. And then upon approval from your board and development of an application on the county website, and we're anticipating to be able to get this up and running by August 10th, if your board approves. And then applications will be accepted until all the funding is exhausted. Currently there's, I think it's $500,000 that's budgeted for this. Based on the up to $5,000, we could anticipate serving 100 to 400 people, given what the amounts would be. So I'm sure it would vary by range. So the application will be available to the applicants on the county website, and they could also, come to the office at 199 Coster Street to apply for the benefit.
So Supervisor Bass and then Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, just a follow-up question. So my next question would be, is it the sole responsibility of, say, the person, whether it's a renter or homeowner, to actually go online, or if someone is a landlord and they can't actually necessarily control if someone goes online and fills out the application? I'm just really trying to figure out, for this is a real small landlord and specific right now that I'm going through it. What if a tenant, for whatever reason, did not follow through with that? I mean, do we have a backup plan for some small landlords in case, are they allowed to ask, or can they request their tenants fill it out? What is the process? Because I'm thinking, this is obviously first come, first serve, and we're really dependent on people being able to, try to access those funds, and not everyone's going to be successful. And I'm just trying to figure out how to find something that can work for both. Because the money would be helpful to whether you're the tenant or the property owner, but if you don't apply, you can't get it. So I'm just wondering, are there property owners that can just apply for that as well to cover lost rent?
I feel like that could be an option, and we would have to have some kind of verification from the person that's renting the property. I would think.
Or their permission. Okay. It's just like all these questions just are popping through my head.
Right. Because we would be treating it like a benefit program, we want to ensure that, well, for one, the individual is paying their rent, and then the other is the individual landlord is getting rent because there's an individual that's living in their place that can't pay their rent. You see what I'm saying? I mean, I guess, and maybe we separate it out if you could, to where there's eviction prevention for renters and there's landlord safety net or something like that. Maybe it's two different things. I don't know.
So, Connie, just as a follow-up very quickly, Supervisor Bohn, on the issue that's brought up by Supervisor Best, I've been talking with people who have been dealing with what I would consider public safety issues with people who have never paid the rent and really under the normal circumstances would have been out quite some time ago. So you're dealing with people who, then you're a landlord who could, under what Supervisor Bass is saying, could say, look, this is the situation I'm in. Am I eligible to have some kind of recompense for housing these people through the COVID emergency?
And I feel like that's different than assisting someone with eviction prevention that was caused by COVID.
Yeah, okay. Well, it is to the extent that they can carry out evictions during the COVID pandemic.
Non-COVID related.
It's called, okay. Well, Supervisor Bohn, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, non-COVID related, what our COVID related rental process does not change non-COVID related. If it started before our set date and they were not paying, then that does not put it on hold. Now, the other thing is in Supervisor Bass's position, all this does is just gives a reason for the landlord to work with the tenant and say, why don't we work together and get your rent paid? And they can work together in tandem, because your biggest problem is your renter just doesn't go through the paperwork. He's really got no incentive because he's got 120 days by the time of the eviction process if he's thinking about moving. So now it becomes onto the landlord. So I think they can work in tandem. I don't see where we'd be giving money straight to landlords, because we've got a few landlords that could probably suck up that money in fairly quickly in this situation. I think we're trying to get our most bang for the buck all over. So I think most of the landlords, if I'm not mistaken, we need to get this information to the landlords. They need to get the information to their tenants that aren't paying rent, saying, hey, here's some relief for you. They've got the incentive to do it because they can get their money back. So we should be printing the contact numbers, the addresses, everything, the guide rules and everything else, giving it to the landlords that we know and putting it online so the landlords know how to deliver this to the people that are in arrears with their rent. I mean, and then they can figure out what they're going to do with it together. But I don't know if we're going to give it straight to landlords, because they're eventually going to get it if they do everything right.
Okay. Okay. Any further discussion about this particular item from the board? Okay, so any other questions about this whole program? Or any comments about this whole program? Supervisor Bohn?
And we've got, and I understand, if you could explain the sick leave used in excess of 80 hours, then we have another future leave, $2 million in sick leave down in future needs to be determined. So we're looking at almost $3.6 million in sick leave. And that's not COVID related. That's just people that need to stay home with this. Would this qualify for the parents that have to stay home with school not starting if it doesn't start and things like that? Anybody can answer it. Mike, I don't care.
Sia Nielsen?
I was going to let Alicia Hayes answer that particular.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, little confusion on her part.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question, Supervisor?
Well, we have on the page with the future needs, we have under local, we have sick leave used in excess of 80 hours. And then, well, that's what we've used. But then we have on the top down here, $2 million overtime, ERPP, FMLA, and sick leave for another $2 million. So we're expecting to spend more than we've already spent, and this can be used. So everybody's hasn't used up their excess of 80 hours, or?
Correct. The excess of 80 hours was, it's hard to decipher in our financial system who's using sick leave for COVID and who's using sick leave for non-COVID related reasons. So the excess of 80 hours is just sort of a baseline point in evaluating who might have been more COVID related usage of sick time. But that being said, with all that's going on with the school closures, potentially imminent, and many schools doing different service delivery models, the Emergency Family Medical Leave Act does provide benefits to employees who need to augment their work schedules in order to care for their children. So that in particular is anticipated to be an extenuating expense through the remainder of the year. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, kind of, but you said it's an estimate. Can the feds kick that out on an estimate? Are they okay with our estimates rather than being, because your first slide said that we needed to have followed up with receipts and accuracy, and they would cook back anything. I'm just trying to make sure we're planning on this money, and then all of a sudden, if we get 25% of this kicked back, which I think if we have another, bailout or enhancement for this COVID and everything else, the printing press is going to run out of ink on the Fed, so they're going to quit giving us money. The state's already having a problem; they're going to quit giving us money. So I'm just wondering how much of this we're actually going to get. I know we're going to get the 13, but the future monies.
Dale Nielsen.
So to address your question, Supervisor Bohn, these are estimates. Future needs to be determined are estimates. And one of the things we mentioned in the agenda item and in the staff report is that we would likely come to your board with modifications. So for example, if we see that we're not going to use that $2 million for future leave uses, we'll be coming back to your board to find another use for that money, because it's this office's intention to spend all of the $13.5 million that the federal government is giving to this community. And if we need more for future leave uses and are spending less in another category, we would also return to your board to make that spending plan modification.
Thank you. That's the answer I was looking for. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, C.L. Nielsen. I have a question about the grants for small businesses at $3.5 million. There's going to be a notice going out about that. Do we know when that notice will go out, and I know we're targeting basically people that are teetering on the edge and could use $12,000 to keep them whole. So I know there's a lot of people that fit that category, and I'd like to know for their benefit what the process is now, if you could spell that out, please.
Yeah, economic development has been working diligently to develop the NOFA, and although, unless CAO Nielsen knows something that I don't know, that I don't believe we have a release date anticipated or set in stone at this point. But I would say, next week we would hope for. We definitely recognize the urgency behind getting this NOFA out and allowing businesses to begin to apply, and equally so in starting to get the dollars out the door.
So, and then there are two different things, like the grants are 12,000, but there's also an allowance for 5,000, or 500, I should say, to put the application together. Is that correct?
That's correct. For businesses who have submitted their reopening plans, they are eligible for a $500 reimbursement. The Treasury has been very specific in requiring documentation to support the expenditures. So there will be a process in evaluating that it actually costs $500 for the business to develop their reopening plan. However, that, staff time is applicable, but building modifications, service delivery, augmentations, all of those sort of items are eligible expenses for reimbursement. And then the remaining 12,000 is, by far a more extensive allocation to businesses. And again, follows the same model, a little bit more open, not specifically tied to the reopening plan, but will have some documentation requirements attached to it.
And then finally, I know Supervisor Bohn touched on this a little bit, the potential for what we're going to see in the future with the quote unquote HEROES Act, or whatever is being discussed now at the federal level and then coming down to us through the state because we're such a small county, that would probably then just take off where this leaves, I'm assuming. Take up where this leaves in terms of time. In other words, it would cover.
Can I answer? Sorry, Alicia. I mean, so they're currently at the federal level. There is debate between the two houses about what sort of package will come in the next round. I mean, currently the Senate proposal does not include additional relief to local governments. So there's still a ways to go. I will say that the Senate proposal does extend the December, I think 31st deadline 90 days out. So there's a possibility that we'll have a longer time to spend these funds, which would be beneficial. And we can keep your board apprised of those developments, as does Paragon, your federal lobbyist. I do believe you're included in those communications.
Yes, yeah. Great. Thank you. Any further discussion at the board before I put this up for public comments? Seeing none, Ryan, do we have any members of the public who'd like to comment on this particular item? And again, I'll remind members of the public, if you're watching, call that number and then press *9 if you want to be included in the queue for public comment. I don't see any hands up. No.
I don't either, Chair Fennell. So I would say we have no public comment for this item.
Okay, thank you. So that brings us back to the board, and I guess the next thing is to vote on this item. And please remind me, I don't believe we had a motion yet.
No, we need a motion, Chair Fennell.
Okay.
I'll move that we approve staff recommendations, and I just want to comment that I've received several comments from constituents, mostly business owners, about the anxiousness they feel in wanting to get some relief through this program, because some of them, have expenses that they haven't been able to pay off due to some of that very slow time, and they really need some help. So so that's my motion, is to go with staff recommendation. Thank
you. Do I have a second to that motion?
I'm the perennial second today.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Bass. Appreciate that. So we've had now that we do have a hand up, Ryan, I believe we may have public comment. So even I will accept that. So yeah, let's have public comment on this item. Welcome.
Hello, thank you. This is Dottie Russell. I'm calling about this whole idea of where the money is going to go to help the different community members. One thing is being involved in the Homeless and Housing Coalition. I've noticed that a lot of the time, because of the proximity of different agencies and different people that they can access, Southern Humboldt does not get their fair share of help that they need for housing. Another thing that's really important, there was an issue about technology and money that could be going into technology, and particularly things that were affected by COVID-19 and education. So I want to remind all of you in the supervisors, and well, everybody that's listening, that Southern Humboldt does not have proper access to the internet. There's a backbone going all the way to San Francisco, but it's not accessed. And because it's not accessed, letting children, young adults be educated when they don't have adequate internet access is leaving them at an unbelievable disadvantage. It's not fair. And I realize that accessing the backbone might be too expensive to spend all of, to pay for the whole thing with this money. But if you team with all the other policy decisions and the commission for the public utilities, that together, if you got some money in from one agency and another agency and some of the money that we were just talking about a minute ago, then you might be able to actually break into that backbone and provide Southern Humboldt what they really deserve, what they really need, and is leaving them at an incredible disadvantage that that leaves them so that they really don't have any choices in life. They don't have choices in becoming better educated. They don't have choices in jobs. They don't have choices in education and interacting with other people to make their lives better. I think it's a horrible, horrible, horrible mistake, and I hope that some of these funds can work together with other agencies to make that corrected. Thank you.
Thank you, Dottie. Any further public comment? Okay, we'll go back to the board and Supervisor Wilson.
I just, you have to tell you, my mom lives in Garberville, and I can tell you she is still super duper mad about this situation where the backbone was driven through this community, had to deal with all of the construction inconveniences of that, all that, and they got nothing. And now it's exponential in its impact. And I really feel for that. And I think that is something that we do need to work harder on trying to get that dealt with. And I appreciate that very much. Also, it did. And I would like to continue to ask, our public health and staff to really be considering that recreation programs like Arcata and others, and even some of the private day camps that are operating during these summer months are now considering extending those services into the school year, so that if schools are going online, that there are some outdoor activities, group activities that kids can be involved in. And I really believe that funds related to, that there should be funding related to that as a public service, so that all kids can avail of those services if at all possible. And again, expanding on the ability of creating some of these programs is pretty important to me. I'm not asking for that today. I guess I am, but I want staff to really be thinking about that and be creative in how we might use some of this funding or other funding to try and expand that, especially if schools are not going to be having things. And so many parents are now not having their kids go to school, even if they are doing partial openings. And so having those options available would be really great. And so I'm just putting in a word for that. I still support the motion to move forward. I think it's flexible enough. It is a spending plan. It's not a mandate. And I'm looking forward to really getting not just the infusion of this resource, which is the money, into the community, but also programmatically helping us move forward. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. Also, I just want to mention, of course, and I absolutely second and third and fourth and everything else, Dr. Bauer, as far as the concerns about the backbone going right through the community and not having access. And this was all having to do with the affordability of supplying that access to a community, when now we are in this great new world and everybody needs that access. So that's a long been burr under everybody's saddle, I would say. But just a note with regard to distance learning, we actually have been working with 101 Netlink and Humboldt County Office of Education to provide affordable access to kids to do that distance learning. So that's something, if people don't have it, that is available. And so with that, I believe we're ready for a vote, Ryan. If you can take the vote on that motion. Oh, sorry,
Yes.
Excuse me.
Oh.
Supervisor Madrone has something to say. Welcome,
Thank you, Chair Fennell. I just wanted to chime in on the conversation about the backbone and these lines being laid in the community that we can't even access. I've been working with the community from Corbell to Maple Creek. A few years ago, a main line was run out to the Maple Creek School, and there's these requirements in the PUC because of the grant money that provider cannot sell any turnouts along that line for some period of time. So there's actually stuff that's codified in the law around these monies that help provide these new backbones, new services, et cetera. And so I would like to suggest that we ought to bring an item to our board in a future meeting for a letter to the PUC and or others recommending a change in that policy, because as was pointed out with distance learning and people working from home, we have all these lines laid all over the place. And if we can somehow open up access for turnouts to homes, to small businesses along those lines that are already laid, then we really are going to capitalize on an investment the community has already made. And I think as a board, we ought to weigh into that discussion and provide a letter of support to the PUC, and perhaps be working with Senator McGuire and Assemblyman Wood as well on this. But I see Amy has her hand up. Perhaps we can coordinate with her office on this.
Through the chair, through the chair, absolutely. One of the things that your board will be notified of soon is the fact that we will be starting to review the state and federal legislative platform. And so we can definitely include this advocacy piece. And you will note in the legislative platform that we have been advocating for rural broadband for a number of years. Yeah. And so we can continue to do that. And our office would be happy to work with you, Supervisor Madrone, on that specific language that we would be asking to have modified. So can do.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, Supervisor Bohn.
And for Supervisor, you may want to talk to Connie Stewart, because we've probably been to 20 meetings in Sacramento on broadband and this issue. We've done Petrolia, Honeydew. We've been able to do some places where they've had a line, and we're also making it part of a requirement. You know, that the big part is nobody wants to screw with the last mile because there's no money in the last mile. So that's where we need to put the pressure on. But there is a lot of things going on in the state. Our state lobbyists have worked with us before on this. And I think you can ask Connie about how much time has been made. And I know I've got the Corbell, Maple Creek for the school up there, I know is a big issue also.
Yeah, and we just recently sent a letter on that issue. Well, anyway, all right, so let's go to this item. Take a vote, please, Ryan.
Still yes.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yep.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
And Supervisor Fennell?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And again, really want to reiterate how grateful I think I can speak for the whole board we are for your work on this, but also to the Emergency Operations Center, the Joint Information Center, the Economic Development Director and his crew for all the work that everybody is doing that we actually saw at the very beginning. This was a different kind of emergency that we've ever dealt with, and we saw that economic impact was going to be huge. So it's great that now we have the state funneling those funds into us because we are a small county and small cities, and I really appreciate everybody's work. And guess what? The work is not done. So let's keep drilling down and hopefully keeping our county running on that. So we have two items now coming to us from the Planning and Building Department. First is regard to that ballot measure we've discussed in the past, and then we have a public hearing. So what I'm going to do is let's go with the first one, which is the resolution for the language on the ballot measure pursuant to Article 34, and then we'll take a 5-10 minute break, whatever, before we go into the hearing. So welcome, Director Ford.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Fennell and members of the Board of Supervisors. John Ford with the Planning and Building Department. The action before you is simply to approve the language that is to appear on the November 3rd ballot in 2020, pursuant to Article 34 of the California Constitution, to allow the county to sponsor housing that is affordable to lower income households. The language that is proposed in the resolution attached to the board report has not changed since the board tentatively approved it on July 7th, 2020. So that's no change. All you need to do to adopt that this morning is to adopt the resolution. One of the things that has been pointed out to the board in a supplemental that was sent to you is that there is concern with use of county funds to advocate for this ballot measure. And so we have modified our budget to not prepare mailing materials or to mail material out. That's a savings of $23,300. It's not often that a department head comes to you with a request to reduce the budget, but that is what we're requesting today. So it's recommended that what you do is to basically adopt the resolution that would approve the language for the November 3rd, 2020 ballot measure. We will continue to put material out on the county website and do normal kinds of outreach that we would as our normal course of business, but it will not be anything extraordinary. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Director Ford. Any questions or comments for Director Ford on this item? Supervisor Wilson?
I just want to thank Director Ford and the staff and everybody for getting us this far, and I look forward to us moving forward. So when we're ready for a motion, I'll do that, but I'm ready to move forward.
Okay. It looks like nobody else has their hand up, so you could go ahead with that motion,
Okay.
Supervisor Wilson.
Let me look here. Let's make sure I have my language correct. Well, I guess I'm just going to move forward with staff recommendations to adopt the attached resolution.
Perfect. Second. Great language.
Okay.
Yeah, you like it?
Council Billingsley?
Perhaps this is a question for Director Ford. Should that motion include the supplemental budget adjustment as well?
Yes, please.
All right, I will amend my motion to include the supplemental budget amendment that was proposed by Director Ford, which is, I think, what was it, minus 23,000? Is that correct? Is that what I remember?
Yes.
Okay.
Seconder, always impressed with the way Mr. Wilson words things.
Oh yeah, words.
Thank you, guys. Any public comment on this item?
I don't see any public comment for this item, Chair Fennell.
Thank you. I agree with you. I don't see anything. So bring it back to the board. And so what we, having read the staff recommendation, what's basically going to happen is that this will just be on the website, any information people need, and staff can go out and discuss with community groups if they wish to have some information, but no electioneering, campaigning, or anything like that. Thanks a lot. Okay, Ryan, let's go with the vote.
Yes, Chair Fennell. Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
And Supervisor Fennell?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Passes 5-0.
Thank you, and thank you very much, Director Ford. So as I mentioned previously, we have a hearing coming up now very shortly, and so I'm going to give us a bit of a break. Supervisor Bass?
Earlier you suggested 10 or 15 or 5 or 10 minutes. I would hope 15 or more, because I don't want to find myself trying to wolf down lunch and then not paying attention, because I think it's going to be, a hearing that requires a lot of our attention. And if we're hungry or rushing around, I just think it'd be nice to have a little more than 5 or 10 minutes, even though I'm sure we could all find something to eat by then.
Okay, so let's say we'll come back at 12:15. That will give you 20 minutes.
That's okay.
All right, so we will take a brief break here and be back at 12:15 to take up the Planning and Building Department hearing item. Thank you, everybody. Hi, Ryan. Hi. So
We're ready to go when you are.
we're ready? Great, wonderful. We have everybody in place. Okay, great. Thank you so much, everybody. Hope you had a chance to do what you needed to do. And we're back with Director Ford, and this is a public hearing with regard to the All Points Outdoor Inc. appeal of the Planning Commission denial of their special permit. So I am now opening the public hearing and will receive the staff report. Director Ford.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to the members of the Board of Supervisors. John Ford with the Planning and Building Department. I'm being joined by Steve Warner and Steve Lazar, also with Planning and Building, and Natalie Duke with the County Council's office. This is an appeal of the Planning Commission decision to deny a special permit to allow reconstruction of an existing non-conforming billboard. Mr. Lazar will present the technical elements of the appeal and the application in a moment, but I'd just like to touch on a couple of really important points. First is, as an appeal, the board will be taking two actions, so you need to consider two things. The first is on the appeal itself, which the appellant filed, citing that some of the findings that were made by the Planning Commission were inappropriate. And so it will be important for the board to consider the appeal and consider what it wants to do with the appeal. There are no limitations in what the board can do on this application. You can approve or deny the appeal. You can approve or deny the special permit to allow reconstruction of the sign. It's important that whatever the board chooses to do, that the findings are clear. So the board could choose to approve the appeal and approve the special permit. The board could choose to approve the appeal and deny the special permit. The board could choose to deny the special or deny the appeal and deny the special permit. But in whatever case the board chooses to do, it is important that your decision points are accurately reflected. So if there is testimony received and things that the board finds are really important that are different than what is currently in the recommendation, we would ask for the opportunity to have the item continued to allow us to accurately reflect whatever decision the board is going to make. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Lazar to present the nature of the appeal and also the special permit.
Thank you, Director Ford. Welcome, Planner Lazar.
Thank you, Board. Everybody can hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, we got some new technology going down today, and I just want to make sure that it's working. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen and walk through a slideshow we've prepared to kind of go through the basics of the parcel, or sorry, the project. So as Director Ford mentioned, this is an appeal of special permit. It appeared before the Planning Commission about a month ago, a little over a month ago. The project involves the repair of a structure that has been ostensibly damaged to the point of arguably destruction. You can see in the photo here the current conditions of it. And non-conforming structures are not treated the same as new development under the zoning code. And so we want to make sure that you understand how that has a bearing on the project and the findings that were mentioned by Director Ford. Just to give you an idea of the project location, this is located closest to the Spruce Point area. Some of the defining landmarks would be the Herrick Avenue exit and the area in South Broadway and King Salmon exits. It lies between those two. It's located on the east side of Highway 101, the west side of the Elk River and its lower reaches. And it's located on private property that is owned by All Points, the applicant. To the west of the highway, you can note here that the city of Eureka, interestingly, owns land in that area, so that's outside of our jurisdiction. There is a history that's important to keep in mind, and it'll come up later when we're talking about some of the questions and concerns we've received. The property was owned as part of a holding by the Elk River Mill and Lumber Company. Then those lands, there was highway expansion taken on, and when that occurred, it's customary for Caltrans, or formerly the Division of Highways, to acquire more land than they need, and when they don't need it all, they sell off the remnants, and oftentimes those are reacquired by the landowners who held the property prior to it being acquired for right-of-way purposes. So in this case, the property was acquired by the Division of Highways and then reacquired by the Elk River Mill and Lumber Company, and then sold to a party in 1959. And that forms the basis for our determination that this is a legal parcel for purposes of development. Here you can see a comparison of the right-of-way map with a photo. It's probably contemporary to the date of the map. These maps are prepared by Caltrans to kind of keep track of these right-of-way acquisitions. And in the orange circle is the billboard that we're talking about today. You can see that it's flanked by a number of billboards to the north and south. That was many of the ones on the western side of the highway, which you can see is really a two-lane highway at that point in 1955. Those gave way for right-of-way expansion. That is the kind of highway alignment that you see today. The project details are important to keep in mind that this is proposing reconstruction, but reuse to the extent feasible. And that is what we've received from the application materials that have been submitted with the permit. Reconstruction would involve a 3 to 5 person crew. It would be trying to use all hand tools. There'd be no heavy equipment. They would reuse materials from the posts and the bracing to the extent they can. However, we have engineered plans that don't necessarily reflect that type of approach. We have a set of plans that were included in the attachment to, I think it was attachment C to the board report, prepared by a civil engineer. The plans call out, you can see here, in brown are braces, and then you have the center posts that are in the same plane as the billboard structure, and on either side, in the front and the back of the billboard, as you can see kind of in this profile view, you have the braces. So the center posts are 4x6s. They're being called out 2 4x6s that are be strapped together with anchoring with bolts with all thread, and then the braces themselves would be just individual 4x6s, and then the depths of the holes that are necessary they vary, but in the main part of the sign, it would be a 5.5 foot hole depth and 4 feet for the braces. Where that comes in is the applicant believes that they can reuse a number of these vertical supports and therefore avoid ground disturbance, especially within the wetland environment that we'll be talking about shortly. And the engineering that we have doesn't necessarily reflect that. And so there is some of a dissonance there in that there could be more ground disturbance ultimately necessary than what is being suggested by the applicant's submittal. And I think they'll be better prepared to speak to what is reusable, but I want to make sure the board understands that. This is a non-conforming structure, as mentioned earlier. Non-conforming structures are defined by the code, and they also include non-conforming uses, which this is actually both. It is a non-conforming use in that the use is not allowed in the zone. This is the same photo that you saw, but these are showing all the billboards that are gone. The yellow circle is on the same property as the billboard that we're dealing with, which is the orange. And you can see here that they were double-faced signs. This is a photograph from 1957. And a number of the signs in this area at that time were double faced. And now only the yellow and orange remain in this stretch of the highway. So as I mentioned, non-conforming uses and structures are non-conforming because they fail to comply with the zoning regulations in one or more ways. In this case, it's not allowed in the zone. It's not allowed in a wetland environment in the coastal zone, which is also considered environmentally sensitive habitat areas. And it would also be considered to be located within the setbacks. We do have confirmation from Caltrans. They don't believe that the actual billboard is located within the right-of-way. We have some correspondence to that effect, and that's something that's been suggested by some of our public comments received. And then once again, the sign predates our local zoning and building regulations because we have a photograph showing it in the same location in 1955, which would be well in advance of all of those rules. The zoning ordinance provides a pathway for non-conforming structures that have been damaged by a casualty, and that pathway is the special permit that's before you. It requires that you make findings when approving the permit. Oftentimes these can be administratively approved, but obviously in any case, a discretionary permit, if controversial, can go all the way to your body, and that's the situation today. It's important to stress that there's been some public comments suggesting that you can't make the findings because it won't conform with the zoning code in full measure. And we've attempted to address that both in the staff report, also at the Planning Commission, but it is somewhat difficult. But the main thrust is that findings that would otherwise apply to a new structure, a new development, do not apply to non-conforming structures, and non-conforming structures, because of their nature, only need to meet the findings for the exception section of the code. And that's how we reconcile that dissonance between the structure's non-conformance and the pathway that's laid out in the section that allows for reconstruction with a special permit. So the findings, when you're thinking about this today, these are sort of boiled down versions of what's in the code, but one is that there has to be unusual circumstances at play. Another talks about the need to, consider the public safety and welfare. The third finding talks about not having significant adverse environmental effects. And the fourth talks about making sure that it conforms with the established standards as closely as feasible. These are more detailed in the staff report, and we're trying to stay at a kind of high level for the start of this. But if we have questions about any of these, we're prepared to talk further. CEQA also must be considered in any action for a discretionary project. In this case, we believe that it's appropriate to use exemptions found under Class 1 and 2 of CEQA. 1 applies to existing facilities, of which this is, and Class 2 is for activities involving replacement or reconstruction. There are exceptions in CEQA to the use of exemptions. However, we've reviewed them and determined that none of them appear to be relevant to the project at hand, and that the location exception doesn't apply to Class 1 and 2 exemptions, that the environmental baseline, this billboard has been here for a long time, and given the design and the proposal involving the reconstruction and repair, it should be a minimal amount of intrusion into the environment over what has already been the baseline. And then lastly, you can see in the photos that we've showed you so far that there's been a significant reduction in the amount of signage over time since the billboard was initially constructed. So cumulative impacts are unlikely. Moving on, it's important that sometimes there's a claim of a vested right when it comes to any action that might deny a landowner of something that otherwise they may see as something that they are entitled to. And that does come up in billboards often. And I'm going to attempt to try to kind of frame it in plain language, although it has a very legal basis that counsel will be able to speak to better than me. But when considering this matter, the important point is, as you saw in the photograph, the billboard has collapsed. It is no longer intact. It has been destroyed or damaged to the point that it's no longer in use. And for that reason, it has extinguished any vested right claim that could exist. And part of the reason why that is the case is because it's not just a ministerial action of going and getting a building permit to repair it. It actually requires discretion. And under the context of case law that's relevant to this, that would be considered placement. And placement means that you're not obligated to approve it, and you have the ability to deny it, and it wouldn't constitute a taking. So today's action, as Director Ford mentioned, to deny, if denial is required, is ultimately where you go. There is an ability to do that. And the reason for that is because it's collapsed, it's been destroyed, and it's subject to discretion before it can be approved. The Outdoor Advertising Act is something that we have public comments about and in regards to this project, and I think these are the important takeaways. This sign would not be permitted as under a new ODA permit. There are specific requirements that signage be located within 1,000 feet of a commercial or industrial use. That wouldn't apply here, or I guess it's a business activity. It's a commercial industrial use in our code, but a business activity. It's therefore a non-conforming display, and they have similar provisions to our zoning code for non-conforming structures under the Outdoor Advertising Act, which ultimately dates back to 1970, but had predecessor regulation at the federal level in 1958. But as you know, as we've kind of talked about, this sign predates all of that. So in terms of an outdoor advertising permit, it always came afterwards. It wasn't something that was required at the time this sign was constructed because of the facts that we have in the evidence. Lastly, the applicant has received notification by Caltrans asking for the sign to be repaired, and there are provisions in the act when it comes to destroyed displays, and if they're not repaired within certain timeframes, the permit that would otherwise be intact can be extinguished. And so there are provisions for extension of that up to 6 months from with just cause. But what I think is important to take away is the applicant has already spent many months to get to the point where they're at now, and further delay could ultimately make this a moot point if we don't reach a decision in time for him to avoid the loss of the Outdoor Advertising Act permit. With respect to some of the comments we received about whether the permit in fact is valid, we did our best to try to kind of correlate it with the information we have. You can see here, this is a copy of the outdoor advertising permit that we've received from the applicant. You can see there's an indication of the location along Highway 101, the specific post mileage, and you can see here where using Google Earth, we did a measurement from the closest known milepost, which is 74.5, and this red line essentially shows that it's a distance of about 0.28 miles to the location where the sign is found, which is very close to the difference that you see here with this 0.23. We think that it's all likelihood this is the permit and it is for this sign, not other signs in the vicinity, given that information. As mentioned in the staff report, we're recommending approval of the project. We have conditions that require certain agencies be satisfied prior to any kind of the reconstruction occurring. That includes Caltrans and the California Coastal Commission. This is located within the Coastal Commission's retained jurisdiction, and they will have to make a decision on whether a permit for a coastal permit will be required or whether an exemption is appropriate. It will have to meet building code requirements and flood ordinance standards. We have BMPs that are built into the project reconstruction plan that I mentioned earlier, and also the reuse of materials. We have added and we recommend that you, if approving it today in any form, that you would include this condition dealing with spoils from any new holes that are developed to reconstruct the sign. And that's to make sure that no fill is placed in wetlands that would otherwise be affected given the sign's location. We have an alternative to the staff recommendation. It includes a permit term. The permit term is when considering this alternative, should the board decide to go this route, it's important that you keep in mind that the permit term needs to have a reasonable amortization period. And that means that it would allow for the investment that this sign owner is facing to pay back the cost of all the work that's been done in the time following re-erection of the sign. A simple way of putting it is, it should make sure that this isn't a net loss in revenue wise, in terms of cost versus revenue derived during the term. We recommended 15 years. We made that recommendation because we do have some experience with that amount. A permit in 2011, which was the last billboard permit that has been approved in the county, was for a new sign in the Alton area and included a restriction for 15 years with the ability to extend it up to 5 years, but no more than 20 years total life. That was accepted by the the applicant in that case, and that was for a new sign, brand new, not a reconstruction. The second alternative and the final alternative is denial. As mentioned earlier, the board has the latitude. There's a de novo hearing to go in any direction of the three that we've identified, but we do make the request that should that be the case, because the staff report reflects a recommendation of approval, that we be given time to memorialize the basis for the decision before the board adopts any resolution to deny the project. So that ends the presentation. I want to keep it at a very high level. There's a lot we can get into, but we're prepared to answer questions if necessary, and I'm sure there will be questions.
Use your mic.
Sorry, thank you very much, Stephen. Bring it back to the board. Any discussion from the board or any questions? Supervisor Bohn, and then Supervisor Wilson.
Stephen, when going back, that used to be a two-sided sign. Now it's a one-sided sign, right? So the has already been reduced for this sign location?
Yes, that's correct. We don't know the date of that, but sometime since those photos that we showed you, that has occurred.
Yeah, it's been a while. And then I know it's called a wetlands, but I think it only gets wet like during king tides. I was out there Sunday and it's dry as a bone, but so I'm just trying to, so it's on their private property. And and you said they wanted to add extra braces. Is that what the concern was? A minor concern you had?
The concern was that we have engineering from the local engineer that doesn't seem to reflect that type of design. It doesn't show what things are going to be reused and what things are going to be retained. It really, and in speaking with the engineer, and I didn't cover this, so I'm glad you asked the question. This morning, we had a phone call between our chief building official and the civil engineer that prepared the plans, and they confirmed that their plans are expecting a full reconstruction with all new materials, not a sort of combination of new and old. But they did say that they would be open to considering reuse of materials, but that wasn't the plans that are included with your packet, would have been submitted for the building permit thus far. So the main supports would need to be replaced. That was one thing that came out of that conversation. They did not see where it snapped that they could reuse those materials. They would have to put in new supports within the frame, within the plane of the sign itself.
Well, I think most everybody, for safety's sake, would almost demand that. So, but they will use as much, they will come back and use as much material as possible in the reconstruction. All right. Okay. Thank you.
So Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's so many questions to this, but just can we bring up the presentation we just saw so I have some questions with regards to that, and even there's so much questions. Go ahead. Okay, let's just kind of scroll through or up, I guess, to the permit itself. The permit 15. Just start here. I see you circled that distance there, but next to it, it has property owner. Can you address this? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. That's something that's been mentioned, and I missed that in my presentation, so I'm glad you asked it. You'll recall that I mentioned this was owned by the Elk River Lumber Company. Then it was acquired by the Division of Highways for right-of-way purposes because there was no Caltrans in 1950. So then it was returned to the prior property owner once the right-of-way acquisition was complete. The 101 was expanded and the lands were then relinquished to new private parties, which went back, in this case, to Elk River Lumber. I suspect that the Division of Highways reference is a clue that is capturing the ownership around the period of the Outdoor Advertising Act and some of the Caltrans records, because this wasn't a sign that would have needed a permit at the time of its construction. That's the best off that I can say about why that appears there. That is an antiquated term.
I can give you an alternative assessment of this, which is that that this is not actually for this billboard, and that the original permit was actually for billboards across the highway, and because those existed, and that's why you have this legacy issue. And the reason I put that forth is because, you know, in our, you know, when I was on the Harbor District, in our efforts to, you know, rectify and update, you know, our billboards around Humboldt Bay, we had, I think there was like 18 billboards around basically on the bay side of 255 and 101. After we did a review of those 18 billboards, I think 14 of those were removed because they were, well, basically because they were maintained illegally, right? They were either maintained on property that wasn't owned by the permit holder. They were in the right of ways. And I'll address that for a second with regards to what Caltrans has said about the right of way, because 3 of those billboards were in Caltrans right of way after Caltrans said multiple times that it wasn't in their right of way. And then when a survey was actually done, that confirmed that 3 of those billboards were at least partially in their right of way, in which case those were the ones that were negotiated out, and those were all on the Hess property. So just, you know, want to put in there that I am extremely suspect of this. And the other thing is, let's just keep going. I want to go up to the analysis of the ODA for a second. And the timing that you have. I believe that the ODA is much older than 1970. And the reason I think that it's older than 1970 is because we have permits that go farther back than that, into the 60s and even earlier than that are ODA permits. So I think this is an inaccurate, this is not factual. That the ODA predates the federal legislation. The California addressed this before the federal government did, and this permit, if it was erected lawfully, should have the original ODA permit, and it's not being supplied. And when I looked at the letter that we received from the attorneys from Baykeeper, the Caltrans is not actually offering the original permit and saying that there's nothing available. So there is actually no evidence, as far as I can tell, that this was erected lawfully until there is that piece of evidence. And I'm just saying, and so this is factually wrong from what I understand in terms of like the California ODA, because those permits, those older permits say those things. And we reviewed these when we looked at permits around Humboldt Bay. So I want to kind of, you know, make sure that we're addressing or asking this question about that. I also have a question. I mean, also Supervisor Bohn is correct that there was other billboards there, but that doesn't make them two-sided. Those are separate billboards, and typically they are permitted separately. So again, it's hard to know without seeing the original permits what the situation is in this case. I think that it'd be hard for us to, I keep trying to scroll this around because I see it on my screen and I just want to kind of put those things out there. I also have a question with regards to the engineering that we see, in the engineering calculations, not that figure, but in the engineering calculations, it references a dead man, and which is a pretty significant footing. And I'm just kind of wondering why that's not referenced here, and could you describe, you know, that it looks like to me that is a pretty significant pier structure with an actual elevate, you know, yeah, it's in the calculations, so it's in the submittal by the applicant. Yeah, okay, back one. So right, forward one, there you go. So go forward one, add dead man, there you go, add dead man, right there, all right. 2.5 feet in diameter minimum. What's that?
So we have had a lot of conversations with civil engineer in the last 24 hours, and one of them was about the dead man. And the dead man is concrete in normal person's terms. And it is a 36-inch hole that will be necessary with 2x6s placed in the 36-inch hole. So the dead man would be the concrete footing surrounding the 2x6s that would be, the vertical support.
Okay, so how many of those? Just one, or I think it looks like it may be 4 of those.
The 6 vertical supports, if required to be replaced, would each have a concrete footing to that effect.
Okay.
And those are the main supports for the sign.
Okay. So I'd say that that's an impact unanalyzed in this, and I just seems to me as just been sort of like glossed over. And I don't know what the threshold is for fill in a wetland, but I think it's 0 at this point in terms of impact. And I feel like that I don't understand why this is not mentioned in the staff report. It's not mentioned until today. There's no analysis of these square footages or these impacts. It seems like maybe we were all supposed to just not understand the details of these engineering things, because there's no description in the staff report about these footings. And I feel like, that certainly makes me feel like someone's putting something over. And it's a feeling. And I mean, I get how some things can get lost. And, as engineers like myself, sometimes things seem so obvious to us and we just kind of move through. But in this case, I feel like that it's a pretty important piece of information with regards to what we're talking about here. I want to go back to the property ownership issue. Again, property ownerships, unless they're surveyed and gone through, I think is pretty important. A certificate of compliance is something we require from all of our cannabis permits. And in this case, I think it would be pretty important, as well as a real survey. We'll look at, we've seen a couple of maps already. And if you look at the staff report, you'll see that the lines of where this property is are not really, every map drawn has a different location. And our GIS, as we know from 2 meetings ago, doesn't comport necessarily with where real lines are on the ground. And so I just have concerns about that. And this kind of goes to, again, sort of the analysis of, is this a legal, was this legally constructed? I would say there's not any evidence that it was legally constructed, knowing the timeframes that are in terms of like the ODA. Is it legally maintained? I'd like to, ask that too. It's like, I feel like if it was legally maintained, it would not have fallen over. It has never there has never been a permit for repairs for this, and it is a structure that would ordinarily require repairs. And if it had come in for, if it hadn't been repaired without permits, then it probably wouldn't have fallen over in the first place, which denotes that it hasn't been maintained in a legal conformance, and that those repairs have been made illegally without permits. And so I would say that the maintenance of this is an issue, and also with regards to the public safety and welfare related to that it fell down. I mean, to say that it has been maintained in a safe manner, the evidence before us is that it blew over. It blew over. It probably didn't comply with either the ODA wind load requirements or the UBC wind load requirements, or it would not have fallen down. And so, because the windstorm that this fell down in wasn't, it was big, but it wasn't like, not anywhere near the biggest we've seen around. And not a lot of stuff fell down at that time, except for one other billboard. So, I mean, that's kind of where I'm starting from. I'm not really seeing, The other part I have an issue with, and I think we would have to come back to, is, you know, the engineering that we see has no indication that it conforms with UVC issues, has no indication that it conforms with flooding. And I don't know how dramatically that will, or significantly that will change the design. And so I don't know how we can analyze the potential impacts without having having those things in there. I want to ask you too, there's, in terms of like the potential for archaeological impacts, I mean, I see that we have a condition that, you know, if someone identifies something, okay, that's fine. But what, can you give me sort of like what tribal consultation occurred and like how that worked?
Sure. I did review the referral records in advance of today's meeting. We engaged with the tribes and we received comments from the Bear River Band of the Ronerville Rancheria, the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer, noting that they didn't have any knowledge of any cultural resources in the vicinity. And another comment received was from Ted Hernandez, the chair of the Weah tribe, and the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer, suggesting that we use the condition for inadvertent discovery, which, by the way, that language was developed with the tribes so that they're comfortable with the triggers for when to do that. So we did receive formal comments on the project.
And did they know that there would be 3.5 foot wide, 3 foot deep, you know, holes dug in the ground? And are they aware of the you know, the nearby resources that were discovered just last year?
Just to be clear, the referrals were circulated in late December, and responses were received in the beginning of this year. So that'll give you some insight into the timing of it. And then I can't speculate on their thoughts on that. But the project was clear that this wasn't just attaching some posts together, that there was going to be a requirement for some posts to be replaced and some would remain. And we didn't get into an audit of which ones those would be. We just explained that that was part of the project. Some posts some new posts would need to be installed, and we estimated that to the tune of 6 posts.
I get it, but I don't think that the scale of post hole digging versus what we're talking about, which is fundamentally a foundation for a structure, I think that scale is different, and I would ask that it be recirculated with that in mind. I'm going to stop my questions for now, but I do have comments related to the findings that we can get into later. But these are, you know, questions. These were just questions for staff related. Oh, and I guess state lands, they have jurisdiction over this, correct? Can you reference the state lands jurisdiction and how we address that?
And so by state lands, you're talking about public trust resources?
No,
the Elk River tidally influenced areas obviously would fall within their purview, but we have nothing to suggest that where this project is located would be subject to their to any kind of.
I'll just hold it up. But this is our GIS. I mean, you might want to look at our GIS for the county, and there it is. This is state lands jurisdiction, and this project falls within state lands jurisdiction, as per our GIS. So I'm not clear that.
I don't. If I could interrupt, I'm not. Let me research that, Supervisor Wilson. I think that's a reference to the boundaries of Coastal Commission jurisdiction.
Well, it's the boundaries of state retained jurisdiction, and if it's state retained jurisdiction, then state lands needs to be. You know, generally speaking, it's a requirement that state lands is referred to in terms of asking them their jurisdiction in this area. And did we do that?
State lands clearly has jurisdiction where there are waterways. Mm-hmm. Given the fact that this is private property outside of a waterway, I do not think we referred this to state lands.
I get the assumption that was made, but these lines were drawn long time ago, and so this state, and so if it's in retained jurisdiction, then state lands has where there is, even if they're private property, we have many private properties where state lands has jurisdiction.
Well, if I could just clarify, some of the portions of the coastal zone that are characterized by state retained jurisdiction, excuse me, some of those areas are located on bluff tops above the Pacific Ocean that would really not be navigable waters by any stretch. So it isn't that all state coastal commission retained jurisdiction is characterized by features that would otherwise might smack of a public trust situation where you have navigable waterways of that sort. So our jurisdiction mapping with the GIS is to define is a transposition of those coastal zone maps where they've identified where they want to retain jurisdiction over projects. And make no mistake, as mentioned earlier, they will have to decide on the coastal permit. But we didn't use that as a basis to assume that this was subject to state lands commission.
Okay, well then, so you didn't actually request a determination from state lands then?
Correct, as Director Ford mentioned.
We did not, it's not in a location where state lands would normally have jurisdiction.
Normally, but it is, I'm just saying whenever we're in these areas, I mean, it is customary to ask, state lands for that determination, correct?
Only when we are within an area that is publicly owned title land, publicly owned or harbor district owned land, or harbor district jurisdiction land. And there is some distinction there because there are some areas that are owned by private property owners that are within the harbor district jurisdiction. In those cases, the State Lands Commission may have jurisdiction there.
Yes, I think they may. And so I would ask that there also be a consideration that we get that determination before we make our determination, because I think that is definitely something that could put us into a bit of jeopardy, I would say. Again, the rest of my comments probably are more pertaining to the findings of this, and so I'm going to leave those till after we have public comment and all those other things. But these are just some of this has more to do with the issues of the legitimacy of how we're getting to this place versus the actual deliberations of what our duties are under public trust doctrine, as well as zoning and our other duties, public welfare. So I'll let others talk now. Apologize for taking so much time.
Chair Fennell, if I could ask for Natalie Duke to be able to speak. Chair Fennell, you're muted.
Go ahead, Natalie.
Councilor Duke, welcome and thank you.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. I just wanted to respond to the comments about the date of enactment of the Outdoor Advertising Act. The legislative history in Lexis does reflect that it was enacted in 1970. I wasn't able to complete extensive research on this because it was something that came up yesterday, but there's also an agreement between the state of California and the federal highway administrator that's from 1968 about the state carrying out the Highway Beautification Act. And that has no reference to any state law, but it does reference the state carrying out the federal act. So I just wanted to comment on that. And then it is the federal legislation definitely did exist prior, not prior to this billboard coming into existence. So there may have been some interplay between the state and the federal administration during those years, but I wanted to clarify those dates and why those were in our slides.
Thank you very much, Councilor Duke. So let's go with any other comments or questions from the board at this time. Supervisor Bass and then Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you. Actually, I'm going to hold my questions and comments off until we hear from the public.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Madrone?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question for John Ford. There is a large packet here for us to review, public comments and many other things. One of the items is an indemnification agreement. I'm familiar with these with cannabis permits. I think the county requires every single cannabis applicant to ultimately indemnify the county as part of that application process. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And we also did one. Go ahead, John.
So the question is why in this particular case? And, or maybe I'm presupposing the question, forgive me if I'm incorrect. But I would respond that the reason in this particular case is given the nature of the public controversy associated with this, that if the board were to choose to approve the appeal and approve the special permit, that the likelihood of there being litigation would be high. And so it should be the applicant, the appellant, who would indemnify and defend the county for any action that the board took or takes to approve such a permit.
Okay, so your words for any action the county might take. And that was similar in the TerraGen project agreement as well. There was a similar indemnification clause in that project as well. Okay, that answers that question. Appreciate it. That's all I have at this time.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Any other comments or questions from the board? Supervisor Wilson.
I would just ask that if we move into public comment, that presenters with like presentations are, we know about them, and that if they're offering, I just want to, if there are people offering good information or a lot of information, that we not knock people off so that we can ask questions of their presentations later.
So the way that this has been designed, and I've discussed this with the staff, is that the appellant can be invited in to the Zoom meeting to make their presentation, and then we will have public comment on that. So same as usual. So let's go now. Ryan, if you can bring in the appellants. We have both Jeff Wills and Jeff Slack, I believe, who both requested. Jeff Slack is the attorney.
Yes, Chair Fennell, and have been brought into the meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So, so Mr. Wills, do you want to take it off, or do you want to have Mr. Slack begin your presentation?
Jeff Slack, go first, and I'll.
Okay, great. Okay, Mr. Slack, welcome.
Good morning, and thank you, board, for entertaining this appeal. The staff report makes clear that the planning decision was an abuse of discretion, and it's this board's job to cure that abuse of discretion. The staff report lays out 5 points where the Planning Commission abused its discretion in denying a special permit. It considered laws that are inapplicable or do not have the force of law. They did not apply the applicable standards for or the required findings to make to approve or deny the project. And they relied on law that was not applicable and was not supported by substantial evidence. That being said, I'd like to address some of the points that were raised. Public lands has jurisdiction over the beds of tidal waters and navigable waterways acquired at statehood in 1850. We're not talking about tidal waters or navigable waterways in this project. This project is sited upland of those areas. In terms of the public welfare, I'd like to point out that this project, this billboard has stood for 60 years. and there has been no significant change in the surrounding areas of this site, of this billboard. It's not like there's a community that has sprung up around the highway that this billboard is now inconsistent with. This billboard has stood for over 60 years without issue until November 2019. And not only that what goes to the public welfare is this is a small business. This small business is an employer. It's a supplier to other local businesses. It supplies other local businesses with marketing services. It promotes economic activity in the community. At a time like this, in a pandemic, it doesn't make sense to limit economic activity. The staff report does a great job of explaining that the project won't have significant effects on the ESHA. What we're talking about here is we are talking about reconstructing a billboard on the same site that it stood. The baseline is the billboard. The footings are the baseline that sits there now. So to argue that these footings are going to create a significant environmental effect is not taking into account the baseline of what is already there. Reasonable people can disagree in their opinions on billboards, but the facts demonstrate that the project at issue conforms to the zoning ordinance requirements, and the findings can be made for exceptions for legal non-conforming structures. And that's what we're talking about here, is rebuilding a legal non-conforming structure. And I will reserve further comments. I'll let Jeff speak more to some of the project aspects, but I would entertain questions from the board if they had any.
Any questions for Mr. Slack?
Mr.
Supervisor
Slack,
Bohn?
Yes.
Do you have any lead into that little piece of paper from Caltrans that's not the sign, that there's another sign that they took away and that's the sign?
No. I as I was listening to Supervisor Wilson speak, I actually looked up the permits, and I do have the letters here referencing permit number 15322 in Humboldt County, Route 101, post file 7.4.23R. It's a certified letter stating that you have 60 days to rebuild this billboard. And interestingly, Caltrans wouldn't send these letters if the billboard wasn't legally validly standing and a legal valid permit was issued. So the logic dictates, if you have a legal valid permit, then Caltrans is going to send you a letter saying, please rebuild it under your legal valid permit.
So my question is then, this isn't for a billboard on the other side of the highway that's been gone for 15 years and they just fluffed it in there. This is for the actual billboard. Okay.
And if that was the implication of Supervisor Wilson's statement, we can say definitively that this is the billboard that we're talking about, that we are proposing to be rebuilt.
Thank you both. I just want to ask Mr. Lazar if you'd remove your desktop. Thanks a lot. Appreciate you showing that. That's great. Thank you, Steve. But I'd like to be able to see everybody. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Slack? Well, I will say just personally, I appreciate you clarifying that, because I felt that to be somewhat, a foundation of suspicion rather than dealing with the facts that are before us. I just want to, I'm glad that was cleared up. Did you want to say anything, Mr. Wills?
Well, yeah, I had just emailed that again to Steve Lazar that he pulled up, and even Steve,
is there any way you can get closer to your microphone?
I'm pretty close. Can you hear me better now or not?
That's much better.
Okay, much better.
Yeah.
if Steve could even pull that up, furthermore, there's not only that letter referencing that billboard permit, there was photographic evidence of that billboard. Like Mr. Slack said, the notion that this billboard was not legal is completely out the window when Caltrans is sending us a certified letter saying, put your legal billboard back up. To infer that, as Supervisor Wilson is inferring, that our billboard is not legal, this letter why would Caltrans send us this letter if it's not? If Steve could scroll down, I mean, this is the permit number, post mile that you see at the top there, 74.23, and it goes down to show photos of that billboard. This is all sent to a certified mail from the state of California. So I think, there's no more evidence you could have than that.
Do you have that second page there, Steve, with the photo? Okay. No. Okay. Oh yeah, right. I see what you mean. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's fine.
Yeah,
I think.
And then if I could speak.
Did you? Yeah. Please go ahead, Jeff. Was it Jeff who said that? Yeah. Yeah, just come close, please.
Okay.
Thank
I'd
you.
like to talk about the differences in the engineering plan. So when we originally submitted for this application on, I think it was December 3rd, it was our intent to rebuild the billboard in its entirety, as that's what our understanding of county code allows us to do. So when I had my engineer draw that up, we just drew up engineering plans for a new billboard from the ground up. In talking with county staff and working through this and the level of scrutiny that we're receiving on this project, we have basically come to a conclusion and a plan with my engineer and my employees to rebuild this billboard in a manner that is going to have the least amount of impact. So we have modified from that. Even the engineer plans show a 3-foot wide diameter footing. We're going to bring that down to a 2, smaller if possible, and reuse any and all uprights that we can to ensure that we, take great care. Excuse me, take great care in not disturbing any ESHA on the site. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Jeff. Supervisor Bohn?
Hey, Jeff, and we'd heard that it wasn't a very big wind that blew it down, but wasn't there there was more than a couple, but wasn't 1 or 2 of the Caltrans signs actually went down in the same area?
Oh yeah,
I know there's 19 between Humboldt Hill and Elk River, but I remember when yours went down, there was a few Caltrans signs went down, and I know, within 100 yards, and I know there's quite a bit of requirements that they have to meet and disturbance that they do. Clarification. It was probably a bigger wind than just a little wind.
Yeah, to say that was not a big storm is a tremendous understatement. Texaco gas station canopy at 4th and R lost its canopy in that windstorm. I don't know if you guys remember Ace Hardware in Crescent City lost its roof. Actually, even my building here on 3408 Jacobs, part of my wall blew off on that. Caltrans definitely lost several signs, and that just adds to my frustration of this. Is I see the very next day Caltrans out in the same habitat with bucket trucks and augers drilling in with pressure treated posts, putting their new signs in with no regard for ESHA or anything like that. Yet private property owners like myself and private business owners are put through the ringer to try to put our property back up. So, there's no consistency with caring for public welfare and safety, public land. Comes to regards to private property owners and government.
Mr. Slack, if you're going to move your operation around, could you mute it, please, so we don't get to hear it? Thank you. That's okay.
This was a huge storm. So to infer or suggest this because something blew over in a windstorm makes it not a legal structure is really grasping the straws, and seems like a far-fetched point to make to try to fit your agenda of what you want to do.
Thank you, Jeff. I notice did you want to add something to that, Mr. Slack?
I'll just say that, regardless of whether it was a huge windstorm or not a huge windstorm, the fact remains that under county code, you're allowed to rebuild a legal non-conforming structure. And that's what we're proposing to do here. So, you know, I think a lot of these issues are ancillary to, you know, determining whether it can meet the public welfare. And as we spoke on the public welfare, stood for 60 years. There's no surrounding circumstances that make this any different from when the billboard stood to now that we're discussing it. The baseline for determining significant environmental impacts is the billboard, as that is what was there and what is still there. And so the staff report does a great job of going through each of those considerations, showing that there is an exception for rebuilding to CEQA, that none of the exceptions to the exemptions apply here, and that the applicant will use the most minimal invasive means to rebuild this billboard, thereby mitigating any potential significant effects on the environment. So that's all I had to add to that.
Thank you, Mr. Slack. Any further comments from the board at this point, or from the panel? I'm going to keep you in the panel just in case there's some issues that come up that we need your input on. And let's go now to public comment on this item. We'll move it up to the attendees. And I see we have 4 hands raised. So you know already that you press *9 if you're on the phone to be moved into the queue. And I'll move this to Ryan to open that up, please. Do we have the public comment online, Ryan?
Yes, Chair Fennell, I just unmuted the first public participant, and they can go ahead and start speaking.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors, Director Ford, staff, thank you all. My name is Jason Flanders. I am at the ATA Law Group and counsel for Humboldt Baykeeper. We submitted written comments yesterday based on the Friday staff report, but the main point I want to emphasize today is that the project is not lawfully exempt from CEQA because unusual circumstances here give rise to a reasonable possibility of adverse environmental effects. So the exception to the exemption applies. First, the circumstances here are plainly unusual in that a billboard could not be lawfully permitted in a wetland under county zoning or coastal commission policy. And this gives rise to possible adverse effects from construction, the scope and methods of which are still unstable and undefined. How's concrete poured inadequately drying in a tideland? Could the removed soils be disposed of in the wetlands? Filling wetlands with concrete and sediment disposal impedes natural wetlands functions and causes potentially significant effects. Were caustic wood preservatives like arsenic or pentachlorophenol used historically that could have contaminated the sediments being disturbed? Will these toxic chemicals be used in treated wood poles going forward? Would lighting impede avian migration or nesting? The project could have adverse aesthetic effects to open space resources and traffic safety. The court in Sundrum v. Mendocino County puts the duty to investigate all of these effects upon the county, but all of these effects are not adequately assessed in the materials before you. Instead, the proposed categorical exemption impermissibly rests on a number of conditions of approval to mitigate these effects. But this process was invalidated by the court in Salmon Watershed Protection Network versus County of Marin, which held that conditions of approval cannot be relied on to support a categorical exemption, nor can the project simply be modified to short circuit the normal CEQA review of mitigation measures. In addition to others, including the new condition announced this morning regarding disposition of spoils, conditions 6 and 7 require construction plans that would reduce or avoid adverse effects. But these conditional mitigation measures can't be done outside of the CEQA process, and indeed, conditions 6 and 7 are so vague they would not pass muster as legal CEQA mitigation measures. So, in sum, due to the unusual circumstances of the location of this billboard in the wetlands, its incompatibility with current day land use standards, and the uncertainties regarding design and scope and methods of construction, the proposed project gives rise to a number of reasonably possible significant effects that have to be assessed through CEQA review. And Caltrans and the State Lands Commission should also be afforded an opportunity to review and comment as trustee agencies. Alternatively, it is within the board's authority to deny the project application, in which case no further CEQA review would be required. Thank you.
Oh,
Sorry,
hello.
sorry, I was muted. Go ahead, caller. Sorry.
I think that's me. Hello,
Yes,
my
hi,
name's Julia Minton. Thank you. I'm commenting. Basically, I just want to implore the board to uphold the Planning Commission's recommendation to not allow the rebuilding of the billboard. You know, most of all, I'm not an expert in zoning or planning or development or any of those kinds of things, but I do know that Humboldt County, while it may not be on our mind today during a global pandemic, Humboldt County is a premium tourism destination. According to the Prosperity Report, that came out in 2018, something like up to 2 million visitors come to Humboldt County, of course, in a regular year, and spend $70 million estimated. And part of the appeal of Humboldt County to visitors is our beautiful landscape. And you know, there was a time more than half a century ago when tourism was from your car. You would drive through a state park, you would explore the country from your car, but times have changed dramatically. And I think that this is a premium opportunity to return the wetlands to its habitat and not to be well, mucked up with billboards. And so I just, I hope that this billboard is not rebuilt, and that that is part of, you know, when people drive north into Eureka, what greets them is the amazing environment that we have here. So again, I encourage you to act on behalf of that environment, and to acknowledge that, you know, there, in my opinion, are enough billboards in Humboldt County. So that's the only comment I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. We have some more callers. Hi, caller. You're now on. Welcome. This is the caller with 8027 as the last numbers. Caller, looks like.
They disconnected, Chair Fennell.
Okay, great. Let's go to the next caller. And this would be caller with 8689 as the last numbers.
Hi, Chair Fennell. This is Tom Wheeler, Executive Director of EPIC. Nice to talk to you 2 times in one day. So I am also asking you to sustain the decision of your Planning Commission. The billboard in question is a bad billboard, and bad billboards help to illustrate why Humboldt County and the state of California have adopted rules and regulations concerning billboards, so we stop building billboards like these. So there are numerous reasons why this is a bad billboard. The billboard is in an environmentally sensitive habitat area and is within a coastal wetland. It is within a floodplain for the Elk River and is upriver in that floodplain from Highway 101, which again is something that would normally prohibit this billboard from being constructed. This billboard has a unique legal history, which ultimately means that it is somehow ended up within privately owned public trust lands. It breaks up the views of Humboldt Bay and open space. For all these reasons, it's a bad billboard, and we would not allow this billboard to be built here in the first place if it were to occur now. I also want to raise significant legal issues outlined in the letter from Mr. Flanders for Humboldt Baykeeper, including potential violations of CEQA, including unanalyzed impacts to wetlands, tribal cultural resources, and viewsheds, as well as violations of the public trust doctrine. So I hope that you've had an opportunity to carefully read Baykeeper's letter, and despite the timeliness of the petitioner's request, I caution the board against making a hasty decision to reverse the Planning Commission. So in closing, on behalf of EPIC and its 12,000 members and supporters, I urge you to sustain the Planning Commission's decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. That will take us to our next caller. And that would be 3678 as your final numbers there.
Hello. Good afternoon, supervisors. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi. Hi. Thank you. This is Jennifer Cott with Humboldt Baykeeper. And I would like to address a couple of things having to do with the original ODA permit. And, you know, many people probably know that Baykeeper has been having a campaign to rid the Bay wetlands of billboards for more than a decade now. And we have on file quite a few of these original ODA permits, and some of them date as far back as the 1940s. I just was looking one up while you were all discussing, and it says on the top of the permit itself, 1948, Division of Highways Outdoor Advertising Section, and it is an application for an outdoor advertising permit. So I'm not really clear on where the idea came from that the ODA was enacted in 1970. In any case, it's not clear from any of the information that's been presented here when this billboard was actually built, but if it was built after 1948, I would say that it sounds like it's not a legal structure if it doesn't have an ODA permit. With regard to the 60-day notice sent from the ODA saying that they need to rebuild the structure, that letter was sent on June 9th. And the email that we received yesterday from Caltrans Public Records Act coordinator says that there is no such record. We have been trying to get the original permit for this billboard for quite a while now. And so now they say that there is no such record. And so that's much more recent than their 60-day notice, which, you know, it sounds like there's a lot of outstanding information regarding the original ODA permit and whether this was a legal non-conforming structure and if there is evidence to that fact. I also wanted to talk a little bit more about the state lands jurisdiction. The statement that was made earlier that the Coastal Commission state retained jurisdiction in the coastal zone isn't entirely in state lands jurisdiction is correct, but most of that land in wetlands, former wetlands, would be in state lands jurisdiction. So getting that determination is important, and there seems to be a lot of fundamental misunderstandings about private property rights versus public trust property, and there can be both on the same piece of property. So we've submitted a request to the State Lands Commission for a jurisdictional determination on that land, and they've indicated they'll they'll weigh in 2 to 3 weeks. And then lastly, on the public trust,
Jen,
on the public trust resource.
Go ahead. Just your time is up. I'll give you a couple of seconds more.
Oh, okay. Thank you. The county's analysis of public trust resources ignores one of the most important public uses of tidelands, which is the preservation of those lands in their natural state as open space and as it affects the scenery of the area. So this is a really important omission, and that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jen. Okay, let's go to our next caller. And I believe this would be the caller with the last number 8820.
Hi, sorry I got disconnected earlier. My name is Allie Osgood. I'm an employee at All Points. I actually studied wildlife biology and journalism at HSU, and I really care a lot about our natural beauty here, and I'm very passionate about our local community and the people and businesses that are the fabric of it. I really urge the board to follow the staff recommendation and approve Jeff Wills' appeal so that he can repair his billboard. I've been watching this process from the beginning, and it's been very discouraging and frustrating as the Planning Commission decided to deny the permit to repair the fallen board. I respect the opinion of those who don't like billboards. For sure, I understand it. It just seems really wrong to make a decision that contradicts county code and staff recommendation based on personal biases with encouragement from, honestly, an insignificant sample of public opinion, especially without regard for a property and business owner's rights to compensation. It's just, I think, not the time for us to decide whether we have billboards in this county or not. Maybe that's something that we work on in the future, but our local government should really stand by its local businesses and prioritize helping them thrive, especially right now in these economically stressed times. So just please consider your support as a board representing our county and allow Jeff and All Points to repair his property. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie. I believe we have one more public comment, and this comes, you're on the air right now. It's 8027.
Yes, good afternoon, honorable members of the board. My name is Henry Hoff. I am the late son, I'm the son of the late James Hoff, as many of you may know. And let me first state that I am in full support of Jeff rebuilding his billboards. Not only is outdoor advertising a key part of the economy in Humboldt County, it is also one of the more environmentally friendly ways of advertising. Now, I won't filibuster my 3 minutes, but I will say, as an IT expert, I will say the government of Humboldt County and many of the opposition utilize massive means of advertising on the internet, right? Where are those servers hosted and what do they use? So very environmentally friendly ways of doing that. So a billboard, it is a sustainable form of advertising, and it brings outside members of the community into the community in a way that is stagnant, but also environmentally friendly due to the fact that it'll be there for decades versus a server farm that many people use that uses batteries, plastics, and who knows where that recycling goes. So I feel that a lot of the opposition is kind of calling the kettle black on this one because it's not in their backyard. So I just wanted to say that I'm in full support, and that is all.
Thank you, Henry. I believe that ends our public comment on this item, so I'll bring it back to the board, and I would like to first go to Director Ford. I believe that you did want to, you had some comments to make on this or some responses. You're on mute, John.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair Fennell. I do want to respond to a couple things. And one of the things that has been difficult about this process and review of this project is information and the way that it comes and goes. But there are a couple of, and it's created confusion is what I'm trying to say. But one of the things that has been brought up today that we've seen today that is new information is the fact that there could be up to 18 new holes dug that could be up to 3 feet in diameter within a wetland environment. And this has not been the context in which this application has been processed to this date. To this date, the understanding is that perhaps a few posts could be replaced, but the context was never of a 3 foot wide or 3 foot in diameter by 6 foot deep hole being dug, up to 6 of those, and then other smaller holes being dug. The letter and the comments by Mr. Sanders, I believe it was, he is referencing CEQA guideline section 15-300.2 under exceptions, significant effect. And I quote, a categorical exemption shall not be used for inactivity where there is a reasonable possibility that the activity will have a significant effect on the environment due to unusual circumstances. The environmental analysis to this point, basing the review on the exemption, has been that it was not anticipated that significant groundwork would be done. And I do not want to put the board in a place where you're taking action on something without counting the cost in terms of what the potential environmental effects are. And without knowing for certain how much digging needs to be done, what the impact of that digging is, it would be my recommendation to you to not approve the appeal or approve the special permit today without having that additional information at least. There's a lot of other things about public trust resources and things like that. Those all do go in to a consideration that really at this point is within the jurisdiction of the Coastal Commission under the Coastal Development Permit. This is simply a request under the zoning ordinance about whether or not a non-conforming structure should be rebuilt. But that does not alleviate the county from having to consider the environmental cost or impact of reconstructing that sign. So I could respond to all the other comments, but I think that is the most important point that I could make to you this afternoon.
So I have a question for you, Director Ford. Given that this has not been discussed as I understand at the Planning Commission, I would like to ask if there's a potential to put a condition on approval that it be done just as has been discussed by the applicant. In other words, with the minimal impact and reusing materials.
Well, to answer that question is you could impose that condition, but that condition can't supersede the building code. And the building code is going to require it to be built to a certain level of structural integrity. And if that structural integrity can't be maintained with what's there, then we would have a conflict between the zoning issue and the building code. And frankly, we couldn't issue a permit at that point to have it reconstructed.
I'd like to make a comment if I can be heard.
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Slack. Go ahead.
So we're talking about the unusual circumstances exception to the exemption under CEQA, okay? Now, to establish the unusual circumstances exception, it is not enough for a challenger merely to provide substantial evidence that the project may have a significant effect on the environment, because that is the inquiry CEQA requires absent an exception. A strong showing is inadequate to overcome any determination that the typical effects of a project within an exempt class are not significant for CEQA purposes. What has been determined is that this is an exempt project from CEQA, okay? The typical effects of such a project are not enough to overcome the determination that an exemption applies. So if we're gonna go the unusual circumstances route, there has to be more of a showing than what has been made in this hearing at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Slack. Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I have a lot of questions, but right now I'm just going to focus on what John has brought up, because that's in most of the conversation. That is what concerned me, I think, the most. I also had questions I've gotten from about seismic safety and how this fits into that. And I'm almost feeling like we don't know enough about this would work, and I mean how this this engineering would work and what actually would be used. I think it would be nice to have something more ironclad that we can be certain that if we say yes, that we know that we've done our diligence to find that out. I'm also wondering, and this would be, you know, something, whether, you know, I don't know what, you know, Mr. Wilson, I don't know Jeff, but I suspect that, you know, whatever we do today, if we do say yes, because I mean, I think there was some really good things pointed out in the staff report, but then it does go to the Coastal Commission. And I don't know if that's the local Coastal Commission staff or it's going to go to the Coastal Commission commissioners, but I've got a feeling that if it moves forward from here, whether today or, you know, at a subsequent meeting, that there will be substantial cost, and it's not our cost. He's going to have to bear it. But I'm also wondering what the likelihood of us actually even making it through the Coastal Commission. And that's not a reason for us to say no. I just want it to be that I just want to know that I'm afraid those costs could be pretty astronomical for him. And if they think it's been difficult going through this process, that could be a challenge too. And so that was just basically, you know, kind of like buyer beware. I hope that is understood, because it could be substantially more than and worse than actually going through us. No, not meaning to disparage the Coastal Commission. It's very rigorous.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Bass. Excuse me, Mr. Rolls, I'd like to, you mentioned that in the same storm, a number of Caltrans billboards or signs were replaced with much more intrusive work. I'd like you to talk a little bit about that and about your situation as we move forward.
Yeah, I can. And just real quick, if I could speak to Mr. Ford's comments, I don't understand this. Those original engineered plans were submitted in my original application in December. So I've already been through 2 planning commission meetings and now to this. We have a staff report that allegedly had like 190 something hours of staff time put into this. How has this all not been cleared up prior? How did this come up just now about 6 posts versus what was engineered there? I did appreciate your recommendation that you could condition an approval that we do it as our plans, because I have no doubt that I'm going to be able to work with my engineer and be able to figure out a way to do the reconstruction with minimal impact. As far as the Caltrans signage that blew over, I mean, I take pictures of it when I see it, because it's comical to me as a sign company that I see Caltrans send 3 bucket trucks and a secondary truck out there to put up one 4x8 sign that a private company would only use one, just because of the resources involved in doing that. I mean, yeah, lots of those blew down and I saw them get put back up. What else would you like me to say about that, though? I think I covered that earlier with my feelings on it.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Any further discussion at the board level?
Being brought up, the footings. I mean, those,
oh yeah.
Like I said, they have not
Can
changed.
you get a little closer to your mic?
Sorry.
I'm sorry, Joe.
The plans have not changed since I originally submitted them in December, and of course they're going to be stamped by an engineer. Whatever we finalize, it's going to be calculated by a structural engineer, so the building department will be satisfied. But I just, whatever, 9 months later, and now you just decide to talk about this.
Yeah, thank you. Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I think that, it's a good question from the applicant in regards to this issue, but to be quite honest, it's the description didn't translate from the engineering specifications, there was no narrative to those specifications submitted to staff. And I don't know, I'm not going to put blame on staff or the applicant on that. It just happens sometimes. But when you review it, there's an obvious potential impact, significant potential impact, at least by legal standards, with relationship to this. And we don't know with the impacts when and taking into account all the other engineering that would happen. And so I agree with that. John, I have a question for you, which is, what would a motion sound like to get us to a place where then we can bring this back for that type of analysis in the future?
So the motion would be to continue it to a date certain. The date certain would give us time to be able to investigate it and bring back a report. That date would probably be after your break. And off the top of my head, I don't have the August dates memorized, so I would need some help identifying a date to bring this back at.
I have a question. I don't want to jump over yours, Supervisor Wilson, but how does that fit with the 60-day notice from Caltrans to all points? Where does that leave them?
It puts them in a place where that letter was issued on June 9th, based upon what I'm seeing. So 60 days gets them somewhere around August 9th. It puts them beyond that date. They're going to go beyond that date no matter what, because they, as Supervisor Bass has already mentioned, they've still got to get through the California Coastal Commission.
Madam Chair, if I may follow up on that, sorry. Would this not count as one of the 4 cause reasons that perhaps that would be extended anyway, just naturally through the through that agency? Because it seems like a lot of this is out of the applicant's control, and in trying to make and be thoughtful, it just seems like that should be able to qualify. I'd like to know that piece for sure. I don't want to inadvertently, but then
my knowledge on that, well, I know that we can appeal that and get 60 days. I spoke with Caltrans, George Anzo about that, and it goes with 4. So we make our formal appeal to that, give the reasons why we are appealing it. These are the reasons is the county planning has not figured out what's going on with us yet. And one would hope that they would grant us that extended 6-month period, but there's no certainty on that.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Bohn.
I want to ask, I guess I don't have all the angst everybody has, because I grew up out in that area and actually walked it the other day, and there's so much invasive species out there. I think 3 foot or 18 foot of concrete is not going to make a difference in any habitat, but it's a good term to use. And consider it's already impacted anyway by the billboard that's there. But what I'm saying is, if can we just go ahead and approve this, and everybody's going, the Coastal Commission's they're gonna vet everything with more staff and everything else that we have. Can we just approve it and let the Coastal Commission decide where they go with it? Because it sounds like if the Coastal Commission kicks it, doesn't matter what we do, and we don't spend any more time on it until the Coastal Commission decides what they're gonna do. So I'm for actually approving it and then letting the Coastal Commission actually yay or nay it, because it sounds like this is more up their bailiwick than ours, because we've had it for quite a while and we're kind of at a stagnant position right now. I'm sitting here looking at 400 signatures against, 400 for, and 80 businesses approving it. And so I guess I'm not that excited about it, because it doesn't hurt the Bayview, because it's on the other side of the highway. People have to understand it's on the east side of the highway. If it's in your view when you're driving down the road, you just drove off of Humboldt Hill. So is there any problem with doing it that way, Mr. Ford?
I would say that we are obligated to consider the environmental effects of the action. And the board, the county is the lead agency in this particular case. So we are obligated to verify that our CEQA determination is correct. And so while that could be done, that would not be the route that I would advise.
Supervisor Wilson.
Can you repeat the recommended motion, please?
Move to continue this item to the date of August. And Ryan, I need a date.
We have 2 meetings in the month of August, either the 18th or the 25th.
To August 18th, to allow staff to work with the applicant to identify the potential environmental effects of digging the foundations, to address the issues associated with public trust resources, to investigate concerns that the tribes may have with the foundations, to continue discussions with Caltrans and the Public Lands Commission to see what their jurisdiction and concerns are.
That's my motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, John. I think this is for you. All right. I'm basically hearing you say that if we don't more thoughtfully, don't how do I say it, make more consideration of what the potential environmental effects are, because we feel that we've got new information, even though it's not necessarily new, but I agree with Supervisor Wilson that it was not necessarily spelled out and communicated in the, and not all of us are really into the diagrams and know what the dead man is, quite frankly. So, so that part, I get it. To what extent are we going to go? I mean, how far does this have to go? I mean, are we talking, what are the measures that we'll be taking that you would feel is sufficient to get to a point where you're comfortable with that, you'll know what the effects are? I mean, I'm just wondering what else we're asking him. And as far as the rest of the motion, I don't really have much of an opinion on that yet. I still just want to figure this out.
So the question is that are we looking at a scenario where we're going to dig 16 new holes out there? And how is that going to be done? How is that going to, how is the dirt not going to be filled within an area that we think is a wetland? Want to be sensitive to what Mr. Slack said, and we want to make sure that whatever decision that supports an action is factually based. And so if we do find the worst case scenario and that there are some things going on out there that are related to exceptional circumstances, that we identify that and address that. If, however, we find that the engineer thinks that the existing footings and foundations can all be reused and the sign can simply be bolted back together, or maybe there's a couple small changes or new footings that need to be dug, then we have a complete sense of what's happening, and we will do a better job of understanding what's underneath the sign and what the likely impacts of that are.
And to continue on that, because I did, this morning or this afternoon when you mentioned that there was less talk of actually reusing, and even though I heard Mr. Wills say he had that intent, at that time, you would also be able to identify what actually could and couldn't be reused, would you say, and what may or may not need to be dug?
Precisely.
Because some of the holes could be just, well, you'd think there could be extensions of, I suspect there's holes there already. Anyway, so I'm just, that was one question.
If I could, maybe this would help give clarity. We have an engineered plan that shows and assumes basically construction of a brand new sign. The struggle is we don't know how much of that has to be utilized versus how much of the existing sign can be reused. And that's the disconnect that we need to close the gap on.
So I want to say something here, because this is actually, to be very frank, very frustrating. All this time has passed. We're talking about replacing a legal non-conforming sign. I believe, and I'm looking for it right now, I read in the staff report a description of how Mr. Rowe's company was going to do the repairs, down to, we're going to put the dirt to the wheelbarrow, we're going to put it over, the things that we're not going to reuse, we're going to stack them next to the fence, and we're going to pick them up. I mean, I think there was a very detailed description of how they were going to do it. So why are we saying that there's no evidence of that? I mean, I want that to be clarified for me, because we're just going on one engineering thing, but we're also going on a written description of how Mr. Rose was going to carry out the repairs. Please clarify.
in just to try to explain this, and I apologize, I should have seen this sooner, but we have a building permit in, and we have the development plan for the special permit in. And they are two distinctly different sets of information. The information submitted by the engineer to building for the building permit does not match the information submitted to planning for the special permit. Unfortunately, that was discovered this morning. I apologize for that. You know, we probably should have had planning look at the engineer for the building permit a long time ago. We have not, and that is the disconnect.
Thank you, Director Ford. Supervisor Bohn.
So we could approve this if we use the plans from the Planning Commission, you're saying? I mean, from the Planning Department?
No, that was the question that Supervisor Fennell asked about, is if we could condition it to do just exactly what the applicant has proposed in their special permit application. Okay. That would not address the structural issues that need to be covered with the issuance of the building permit. And the engineer has designed a sign to address the building permit issues. That information is inconsistent with what was given to as part of the planning application.
If I may jump in.
Okay, one more go there, Jeff, and then we are going to have to bring it back to the board.
So as you know, with cannabis projects, there can't be a building permit issued until after the use planning application is approved. Why not just do the same thing in this sense? If you're prepared to approve the special use permit, then why can't we submit building plans afterwards and consistent with CEQA and that and those other regulations?
So when a planning permit is submitted for, it needs to have sufficient information to demonstrate what the likely environmental effects are. In this particular case, unfortunately, the information submitted to planning are different than what was submitted for the building permit. The building permit application with the structural design shows that far more invasive work is needed than what was presented as part of the special permit application. In a situation like this, what we would do, even with a cannabis application, is that we would not issue the building permit and we would send it back to the decision-making body for reconsideration because it's a modification, because the information that had been submitted doesn't match what needs to be done to build it.
Okay. Well, I think at this stage, unless anybody tells me any differently, I am going to bring it back to the board for discussion. Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you. So, I mean, this is good. I mean, this is not good. This is actually kind of good. This is terrible from the perspective of, you know, putting applicants through this type of, but it happens sometimes. You know, as I've said before, governance is an iterative process, and we try and learn from these things. We got to keep going. But I do want to, you know, get on the record also, you know, because we just dealt with the facts of the related to the environmental impacts and not necessarily the findings of this. And I do want to register some of the concerns I have both with the staff report and the findings associated with this. And I want to say that the findings to deny this permit are so much easier than the findings to approve it in terms of just the logic of how, you know, with regards to the code, with regards to our obligations under our public trust duties. And we are an extension of the state, and we are supposed to be taking into account the public trust resources in this case, in in this space. And we're not supposed to be actually balancing, we're supposed to prioritize those public trust resources. And I want to make sure, and I want to say that this report, both in its findings and in the report, only talk about public trust resources as they pertain to navigable waterways and I think fishing. And public trust resources, the enjoyment, that's how they call it, the enjoyment of natural spaces and natural habitats by view is actually something that we are supposed to prioritize as trustees of the public trust. And so I think it's important that that's missing from here. So I don't think that the discussion in terms of it's not expansive enough in terms of what we're supposed to do as our public trust duty in regards to how we analyze this. And so that's one of the things I want to bring in there. I'm going to keep this as short as I can because I know we're going to get through this. But so when there's the project does not threaten any public trust uses that may occur at this location is something on page 14 and 15. I just have to fundamentally disagree. And part of those public trust resources, again, they're going back to access, and the only access being talked about in here is like, well, there's no pedestrian access, but there is waterway access adjacent to this site. So it does actually impact the uses of the waterway in terms of the enjoyment of that. So people are actually out using that waterway and it impacts that. And there's just one statement in here that I think kind of says it all a little bit. It says, and it's finding number 6 under evidence C, the sign has existed in this location and has not interfered with the primary use of the property, which is open space. If it has done nothing else, that is its primary job, is to interfere with the enjoyment of of open space. I mean, that is what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to block the open space so that you see an advertisement. Is fundamentally what it's supposed to do, is to impact open space. And I can't agree with that finding at all in this context. And but with that, I think moving forward with the motion as it's set is good. I would like to add to that motion, if the seconder is okay, that the conference of that the ODA permit itself be confirmed. Once again, I want to say that letter that was referred to by Mr. Wills is not a legal action in and of itself. And I will say that we have seen in the past when those letters have gone out from the ODA that they've been wrong. It has happened numerous times. I mean, when we were dealing with the billboards around Humboldt Bay, the ODA's communications have been wrong, and they've had to correct those communications. And I would like to make sure that that the motion just includes that we're going to make sure that the ODA permit is valid for this billboard. And if everyone thinks it's that it's going to be fine, and there shouldn't be any problem with that.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, I have sculled that stretch and got far enough away so you could duck hunt in that slough. I've been up it in my kayak, and in back of this billboard, I'd love to see if has anybody gone out and looked at this and parked and looked, because right in back of it, there's about 6 trees on the other side of Elk Slough that you can't see any farther than those 6 trees. You got the billboard and 6 trees. Now, if you're coming up the river, if you're heading up to the Elk Head, which you're going to run out of river, by the way, it's going to get too shallow. You go up there, your view that the billboard blocks is 4 lanes of highway and a guardrail, which is all you can see because you're down about 6 foot lower than the road. So there isn't a whole bunch of loss of natural habitat and view. I mean, I know that's what we like to fall on, or natural. And again, besides a boat, it's the only down king. It's the only access you have is by a boat. You can't, it's hard. I mean, I took my life in my own hands going out there and look at it the other day and walk around. So, I mean, I think it's great. You found a whole bunch of reasons to get another notch in your belt with a billboard down. That's great and everything else. You have to understand, this is a small businessman, and it was a small business before him that sold him this company. He has employees. And the thing about it, everybody keeps telling me it's antiquated way of advertising and doesn't work. Then why, if you go out and try to buy a billboard tomorrow, there is a waiting list for billboards, because everybody wants an antiquated way to, it does provide a service to a lot of small businesses, a lot of family-owned businesses that seem to work. And I just think we've thrown everything at this that we can. I think if we give them another 3 weeks, I'm sure you can find a Supreme Court ruling that back in Indiana that is against a billboard. But for me, I just think we're putting up a billboard back where a billboard fell down. We're going to make it safer. We can make it more environmentally. So the wetlands, maybe we could make a 6 foot hole, 4 foot of concrete, the top 2 feet be native soil, and everything can crawl around it as it wants, and it won't be impacted at all. I don't know which way you're going to do it, but I just think, anyway.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Supervisor Bass, please, and then Supervisor Madrone, and then myself.
I did find it interesting, a couple comments of, easier to get findings of denial versus approval. Well, it all depends, I think, someone's perspective, right? And also speculation about whether something was real or didn't exist because you can't find anything from the past. It just reminds me, my dad's birth certificate burned up somewhere back in Mississippi. You never found it. I know he was around, so I think there are ways to kind of hopefully satisfy your concerns on that. It makes me wonder, what would we be doing if this was a different type of structure? I mean, if it was, for some reason, a house, how that would be different if it was knocked off its foundation. I'm curious. I think we should keep, looking at just all structures, I think we should be consistent with how we treat them. This isn't, and we know this is different. We know this has a very big passion in the community on both avenues you want to come from. I would like to see us be able to move forward, but in the strongest way that actually gives a chance for success when it goes beyond us, because we are not the stop, so this is why I'm supportive of what John is asking, because we can just send it off and that's fine. We say, hey, go play with the Coastal Commission and don't worry, it'll be fine. You'll get out of there in no time. I don't think that's going to happen. So that's a concern I have. And the other thing, I think we're having a much bigger issue than this. And this is one of those days everyone's going to hate me after what I say, but this is a bigger issue. Being at the city of Eureka for as long as I was there when a lot of this was going on. And so I understand that. And having some of their city council members reach out to me, I understand that. But I think what this would be piecemeal, it would be one. And I know it would open up a piece of viewshed. Great. But we don't have a plan. I think a story, hopefully quickly, on the list of the people that said no, I looked at all of them. I saw one name that really did not make sense in that list. Somebody who I definitely would have expected to be on the other list. And I called him and I said, well, what were you thinking? I mean, why is your name listed? And he had just, mentioned, yes, he's not a real fan of billboards. And he had experience in another community where he worked in Alameda a long time ago, where they made, an ordinance of time, place, and manner. It was, it was legally challenged, but it passed. But in that ordinance, they contained, it was at that time a 10-year amortization, so that the property owners would be whole. That's where I have a problem with this one. It's like, like I said, I don't know Mr. Wills from anywhere, but I feel really uncomfortable, taking that source of income. I would like to find a way, I understand it's legal, and it's not a taking legally. It doesn't feel good. And it's not how I really want to treat somebody. So I'd like to find, I'm even calling conservation organizations, and I think there are opportunities there for trying to retire a lot more of these. And I'm sure Mr. Wills is not thrilled that I said we need a plan and we need to figure out how to execute that plan of where we do want them, but over 10 years. But I think either that or we're going to be back here all the time, because eventually another one will fall down and we're going to go through it. I just think we're almost being short-sighted, being so much focusing on this one. But I'm not ready to say no to this one, because I'd like to find a way to at least save some of Mr. Will's investment. So how we do that, I'm not sure. I do think it's a much bigger opportunity, actually. We have a great opportunity to do some pretty good things when we all get together and decide. We don't have to spend all of our time hashing it out in meetings in public, one at a time. So that's just my general, I guess, rant. But I would like to find a way to help Mr. Wills move forward. From the aspect, he has to go through some really tough things worse than us, I think. But I want to send the best information possible forward if I can. And so that's why I've been supportive of the motion. I think it gives it the best chance to actually succeed.
Supervisor Madrone, and then myself, and then Supervisor Bohn. Put myself in the line this time. I'll let you go first. Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you everybody for the discussion. Appreciate the comments that have come in from the community via letter, email, phone calls. It's been a lot of it. And so I guess a couple of things that are really obvious. No matter which side of this issue you might fall on, rebuild the billboard, take down the billboard, I would say that both sides feel very strong about those positions. And they're not going to go anywhere soon. And I say that simply because that's the stuff that makes for appeals and lawsuits and all that kind of stuff. When you've got two sides that are very much in opposition, those are likely results that you end up with. So I think what we're really looking at here is a bit of a clash with the old or the past, which is billboards for advertising, versus the present or the future, which is people using their cell phones and apps. And I have to say that, I don't do all that great with cell phones and apps. At my age, I've had to learn, but luckily I've got young people around me, kids, grandkids, and others that have said, Grandpa, let me show you how to do it, and you know what? When I learned how to do it, guess what? I became cool, really cool. They thought that was great. Grandpa's getting on with the program here. But at any rate, it's not an easy change to make. And a lot of people really rely on the billboards. I get that. Some places are less of a problem than others. In general, in scenic vistas, I generally don't like them. But, what I see here is a very difficult situation where, for the applicant, basically, this is a very, very expensive billboard. It's not one that just involves rebuilding every 10 or 20 years. It's one that involves not only the rebuild right now, but also an indemnification clause. And I brought that up earlier because it has a dramatic impact on cost for Mr. Wills in particular, in that, let's just look at the scenarios. If we were to approve the appeal today, then somebody is going to appeal it to the Coastal Commission for a couple of reasons. One, it's free. Doesn't cost the appellant anything to appeal to the Coastal Commission. And so it almost always happens. And when that happens, the applicant will be paying for the cost of defense for the county at the Coastal Commission. Depending on what the Coastal Commission might do, let's say the Coastal Commission upholds that appeal. Well, then somebody sues, right? And so no matter which way these decisions go here, approved, disapproved, it ends up in an appeal process at the commission and probably ends up in court. And all of those costs are going to be borne by the applicant. I mean, that is not a good return on investment. And so I really like what Supervisor Bass was saying. It would be nice to find a way to be able to allow Mr. Wills to be whole. And one simple way is to just simply withdraw the application. So that hasn't been talked about, but it could be withdrawn. And the applicant could then work with wildlife agencies to purchase this property and then receive remuneration that way. And that's partly why it's not a taking, because there are other uses for the property, even if the billboard was denied. But I would very much support that. I mean, it fits in really well in that area. It's very much a chunk of wetland that is riverine habitat that is would be very valuable to add to the existing public lands down in that area. So I guess what I'm looking for is a win-win here for the applicant. And the only way I see that happening is just to withdraw the application. Yes, you're right, Supervisor Bass. We're going to be dealing with issues of billboards down the road, and we probably need to think about this in a bigger picture and other ways. But, you know, it just, I would like to see something like that happen, but that's up to the applicant. By no means is this a threat on my part, just a conversation and a suggestion of how maybe there's another way to go here. Because otherwise, no matter what happens here today, you're looking at a long string of legal costs to defend the county in whatever action ends up happening. So anyway, I just wanted to share that with you. Thank you.
Supervisor Bohn?
Well, and Supervisor, I think it's great that you're worried about. Mr. Willis is a pretty sharp businessman, went to Humboldt State, started working part-time for this company, because I used to do a lot of business with the previous owner, and he didn't know nothing when he started, and he's built himself up pretty well. But I think it's great we're looking out. I think he knows what his return on investment is. I think he's probably documented all that, and he'll back out when the right time or the wrong time comes. Your idea of selling it to somebody, it's going to be pretty tough to sell. Jim Hoff has tried to sell the acreage in front of the nuclear power plant, now the power plant, on the Bayside, which people see before they'll see that disastrous billboard. He's tried to sell that 6 acres there. He's tried to sell the other acreage across the way. He's got a big for sale sign. That is all wetland since that tidal gates have failed from the harbor. So that's all wetlands, and he can't sell those to any of the groups yet. So I'd appreciate maybe they could package the whole thing together. It's kind of funny we're talking about. I think all 3 of the casinos advertise on the billboards on the other side of the freeway in that short stretch. So I don't know how they feel about them, but I just think what we're talking about here is it's just a billboard we're talking about. We're not talking about impacts to the wildlife. We're not talking about view sheds because there's no view sheds being impacted. I think it's just because it's a billboard, and it wouldn't matter if it was 2 blocks down the way across from the rock and art plant. We'd probably try to be saying no, because that's just the way we've been. But I can't support anything but moving forward with the personal property rights of all points and rebuilding what blew down in a God-given nature's disaster. Sorry. And then if somebody doesn't like it, they can take us apart.
Supervisor Bass?
You know, I would like to get a remuneration, and I am for property rights too. What I'm saying is, though, if we send something forward half-baked, it's not going to bode well for him wherever he goes. I'd like him to have success, and maybe, you know, and I wouldn't, interesting about the idea of withdrawing, I don't know if I'd suggest that. I'd say, just look at some other things on the way. I think there's some work that can be done. And I do agree with Supervisor Bohn. Sometimes it is hard to sell them, but I'm wondering, you know, this is pretty visible piece. It's got 3 signs. I'm thinking there could be some resource agencies that see a bigger value to that. I don't know. Like I said, I've just been starting some conversations. You know, so, I would, you know, I'm perfectly, gosh, how do I say it? I guess I could vote to move forward today. I just feel very uncomfortable not getting the questions answered and the concerns dealt with that Director Ford mentioned. He's a director for a reason. You know, he knows what's expected. He knows what's missing. So, you know, 3 more weeks. Yes, Supervisor Bohn's right. We're just going to get more emails and more, you know, calls, but I think we've all made it pretty clear what we'd like to see. So, well, 2 pretty much, maybe not, but I think at least 3 of us have said we'd really like to see it happen. I just really want to have it go forward with the best chance of success. That's all. So I'm not against him if I vote for this motion. Just so you know, Jeff, I will work and try to figure out how we can help.
So first of all, I just think that I guess I would like to hear the motion again, but not right this minute. I just want you to be prepared to tell me what that motion is again, because honestly, it seems far-reaching. I think the one issue that was outstanding for me was the plan to rebuild, and that I feel comfortable in working that out. But you know, with regard to the billboards and tourism, for instance, first of all, we need to work on a diversified economy, and so tourism is not all. And aside from that, if you're driving up the highway and you see that sign, it's with a cow for American Ag Credit. It's completely reflects what Humboldt County is about. So it's just kind of part of the scenery in a way. And the other part of it is that it's on the side that's not interfering with the bay view, which is what a lot of people may or may not think that that's the case because they haven't seen it. I don't know. I think there's a lot that we need to look at in terms of Mr. Wells' rights. The fact that he, in good faith, understood that he had a legal non-conforming business and he had a process by which he could move forward with repairing it. And I'm concerned about taking those rights away. So again, I would ask you, Director Ford, can you tell me the extent of the motion you're proposing? Because I think that it should be a pretty simple one. Continue it until you work out the plan.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Fennell. I would agree it is fundamentally simple. And really what it is a continuance to bring clarity to the issues that have been raised. The first one of those has to do with whether or not there are impacts to sensitive resources, and to understand the construction plans, to understand exactly what needs to be done to the extent that we can at this point, whether or not we're going to see 16 new footings or none. And it could be anything in between. Then there's lots of questions that have been raised with respect to public trust resources, whether or not the Public Lands Commission has jurisdiction here, what Caltrans would like to see. I heard a modification to the motion to bring back as much information as we can on the outdoor advertising permit. And so we will address those. Really what we want to do is that if the facts bear this out, is we can come back to you with improved findings, reflect I don't really intend, unless directed otherwise, to change the recommendation, but to either support the recommendation with facts or come back to you with a concern that the facts lead to a different conclusion. And if the facts lead to a different conclusion, then we will present that at that time.
And if the facts lead to a different conclusion, how is Mr. Wills made whole?
Well, as we pointed out, the struggle in this particular case is that there is no vested right issue here. I mean, we want to be supportive and understanding to a local business person. That is absolutely of concern. I think the staff report reflects that. I think the bigger concern, though, is the obligation that the county has to make a factually based decision and to be able to respond to things. And I know that in circumstances like this, there will be questions that will continue. As we answer one question, other questions will come up. But the questions that have been asked to date relative to jurisdiction, relative to State Lands Commission, relative to the veracity of the permit, we want to give answers to that. But frankly, the thing that is most important to me is that I do not want to lead the board to a decision where you could, or the county could, be vulnerable to litigation, because this is actually not appealable to the Coastal Commission. This is the final action on the zoning action. Coastal Commission is a different process, different path. So this is it. The next step is court. And so that is my concern. I would feel negligent if I did anything else.
Yeah. Okay. So we have Supervisor Wilson and Supervisor Bohn.
I just want to say just a couple things. One is that I think that well, for one, I want to say that Supervisor Bass really was correct and hit the nail on the head with relationship to the uncertainty that an applicant like Mr. Wills has in this situation related to our policies related to billboards and sensitive areas that other counties have litigated. And I mean, by litigated, I mean, had legislated long time ago. And I feel like we're way behind in that. And in that, with some of that, with an ordinance that would address that really directly, there would be a lot of certainty in how to move forward. And I whatever happens here today, I'm absolutely committed that if Supervisor Bass wants to work together, we can try and get some legislation or some ordinance together that would address this, because really that's what's happening here is we're in that space. I want to say that we're talking about the business part of this, and I am very conflicted with relationship to that in terms of I want us to have as much business as possible, but again, it has to fit within the confines of how how the county works. I mean, we turned down a $350 million proposed business, right, based on a lot of issues, associated with our culture of our community and all those other things. So, just saying, like, so understand we feel all of those things. So I just want to say, like, I don't want someone to go out of business. I want people to be working as much as possible. Sometimes things are not maybe necessarily in the right place, and we've talked about that before. And with regards to advertising dollars being spent, I mean, it's not just on the internet. There's paper and there's radio, and those employ all kinds of people as well. So in terms of community dollars being spent in the community, that still doesn't make this applicant whole in this process. And I get that. I am not immune to that as someone who has owned a business myself and been through the ringer on a few things too. But I do think that we do have an obligation to the public from the issues that we talked about, but also from a fiduciary and legal obligation to do the right thing in terms of getting the information required so that we don't leave ourselves hanging out there. And I do believe that Supervisor Bass is correct in terms of, in that way, we're also gonna, just like we do with the cannabis permits, people really get on us about how hard those things are. But then when we get all that information lined up, the next phase is going to be a lot easier. So that with that, I support the motion and I hope we can move forward. And that's where I'm at.
I just want to say that this is not a proposed business. This is a billboard that's been in place for 60 years. And has had very little to no impact in that area, just saying. Did you have your hand up, Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, I did. I'm still stuck on the fact is the reason you're holding back now is because of the engineered plans and the plans that are different between the planning department and the building department. Is that the biggest thing, the biggest problem?
That is the biggest problem in my mind, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So why can't we, because everybody says they're concerned about business and concerned about Mr. Wills and everything else, why can't we approve this as long as he can combine those two, make it a condition, just like Estelle said, combine those two so they satisfy the needs of the building and the planning department, engineering with the least amount of impacts to these impacted wetlands that and I mean, he's addressed everything else, and I don't know how impact there is because the holes are already there. So I like the idea of making them a little bit bigger and safer. But I mean, if he has to use what's there, I bet he can make it work and get it engineered, because it doesn't sound like the big problem is now is he's putting up a 4-story building instead of the 1-bedroom house that he had there. I think it's going to be the same footprint, everything else. So if he can change it to meet planning and buildings, if he can marry those two, since we probably should have caught it beforehand, and then bring it back. And if you've hit that, we're good to go. I could support something like that.
So if he were going to not replace posts, I think that we could live with that. That would not require reevaluation of the CEQA because there is no impact at that point.
Can we ask the applicant if he
make
can do
that
it
a
without?
motion? Council, I've already brought this back to the board, but I did ask the applicant to be available for questions. So I'm asking, is that okay if I do that? Council Duke?
Of course. You're the chair.
That would actually.
Sorry, it's actually Council Miles. Sorry, welcome. You've been sitting there very quietly. So basically what I said was I had brought it back to the board, but at the same time I had brought the applicant into the meeting just so that we could discuss all of these issues. I have brought it back to the board now. Is it okay if we hear from Mr. Wills, her Supervisor Bohn's question? You need to put your mic. Is anybody else hearing Scott?
No.
Okay.
How about a thumbs up?
The public hearing is still open. So I don't see an issue with going back to the appellant at this point.
Thank you, Council Miles. Okay, so Jeff, your response to the question there.
Yes, I can figure out a way. I did already say that I can do that. In this time that we've been discussing this, I've already called my engineer. I'm going to meet him down there this afternoon to come up with a plan for that. But again, I submitted these plans all in one packet to planning in December with those footings. I talked with Steve Lazar about this in February. That's when we started talking about the opportunity to reuse a lot of footing. So this coming up this morning and pushing me a potential another month is just absolutely mind-blowing. But to answer the question directly, yes, we can, and I am meeting with my engineer this afternoon to go figure out a way to not have to reuse 18 footings as was it was originally engineered.
Thank you, Jeff. Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I'm wondering, I know John mentioned that we're dark for 2 weeks. I don't know about anybody else. I know I'm not going anywhere. So I'm wondering if we did have to come back for an action. Well, a couple things. One, could we do it in a special meeting? And if we do that, can we do something where Mr. Wills does not incur any more cost? Because I do feel like it was something that we probably should have caught. But
so if that's a question for me, through the chair, starting with the latter question first, yeah, we can stop the clock in terms of the cost of this. In terms of a special meeting, that would be fine with the planning and building department. That we would take care of that. That does though impact other departments that would staff that meeting and be present for the meeting and prepare for the meeting. That's beyond my ability to make that decision.
Supervisor Wilson and
John, what's the likelihood of, and I guess I'm a little confused. Do we usually have, when does the public hearing part of this close? Because I'm getting confused about, is it just continuous back and forth? And I'm okay with that, but is that normal, or is that how we operate these things in terms of deliberations? But I guess that's one question I have in terms of process here. But I have to say, what was being suggested by Supervisor Bohn was that the applicant come back with a plan by which their foundation, by which there's no replacement of any posts in the ground, which again, the engineering that was submitted to us says that doesn't work. I mean, the information given to us is that foundation will not meet wind loads. It doesn't account for seismic and flooding and UBC. That's just strictly the ODA wind load. So no. I don't understand. I guess what I don't understand is like if we're not, it just seems an odd way to go. I don't know how the engineering would work for that. I think it's wishful thinking. I don't know. I mean, I'm just trying. What is the threshold here, John, in terms of that impact before analysis has to be done?
So that's a fair question through the chair.
Yes, go ahead, Judge Ford.
You have correctly identified that we've got engineer estimates and diagrams and calculations of what's needed to put the sign in. It's my understanding, I did not personally have the conversation with the engineer, but it's my understanding that the engineer basically designed a new sign without respect to the existing sign. So the question of whether or not the existing sign can be retrofitted to be structurally sound and meet UBC requirements, that question has not been answered yet. But if the applicant would like the opportunity to attempt to reconstruct the sign without doing any work in the ground, without changing anything on the ground, then I think that it's really hard to argue If that can be done, then it's hard to argue that we're doing anything that would cause a significant adverse impact because there is no change.
I clarify that Mr. Bohn said no holes in the ground. I was proposing our work plan of 6 posts, which you guys have already reviewed and staff on great detail about. If me and the engineer can find a way with no posts, of course we will. But I anticipate we're gonna, like I said in the work plan, we're gonna probably have to replace around 6.
Thank you, Mr.
If I could say something a little bit out of frustration, Chair, this exactly what we've been having is that there's a back and forth and a vacillation of what the facts are. I cannot tell you what's going to happen unless I know for sure what the plan is, and we don't have a consistent plan. If you're going to replace posts, you're going to end up with big dead men. And that's the problem.
Okay, I know that everybody's a little wound up around this, and rightfully so, but I gotta say that I am very disappointed that we got to this position where there's such a lack of clarity with regard to the staff report. I'm sorry, but that does not feel good. And so everybody's got a little bit here to chew on. And I don't know where we go from here, except maybe to, okay, one more time, I'm gonna take input from the applicant, Mr. Slack. If you have some constructive criticism or help, please join us.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I really appreciate the opportunity. So at the beginning of this, we were discussing that there needs to be 2 decisions made today. One, to approve the appeal, and the second is to approve the special permit. I've heard of discussion on whether to approve or deny the special permit. We haven't really discussed, and what I'm hearing is that we need a little bit more information. That to me indicates that the appeal would be approved, overturning the Planning Commission's decision, and that the special permit would be contingent on further information. So I'd like to get that, I wouldn't like to lose sight of that and get that out of the way if that's something that the board is willing to decide today.
Thank you, Mr. Slack, for reminding us of what was presented to us at the beginning of this long discussion. I will go back to you, Director Ford, on that.
Well, the board could take an action on the appeal today.
Count King.
But I think it would be more appropriate for the board to act at one time on both the appeal and the special permit. I mean,
I distinctly
appeal.
remember.
What's that?
I distinctly remember that we were told at the beginning of the meeting that we could support the appeal and deny the permit, or on and on and on. So
that is true. Yeah. If it would be the desire of the board to approve the appeal today, we would simply want to modify the resolution to take the special permit findings out and reflect the fact that only the appeal is being acted upon. That is a possibility.
Yeah. Supervisor Bass?
Oh, this is one of those real unique items. So in that case, it would mean, because I'm thinking if we're confused, the public's confused. So if we did, move forward with, to accept the appeal, that's basically, and kind of, well, I'm thinking it as in saying, we may not necessarily say yes, but we want to hear more. I mean, I want to be able to explain to people what it really means if we, and if it means that when we do one and it just means we're going to hear the rest of it at another time, after more information, and that's when the decision's made on moving forward. You know, when would the actual decision be made? Is that what would be regarding the permit? Is that right?
Yeah, well, there are a couple of different paths. One is that the board could choose to separate the appeal from the special permit. And it would be, in either case, the recommendation of staff to approve the appeal. And the reason for that is that there, as itemized in the staff report, there were findings that the Planning Commission made that are really hard to support, and it may have jaundiced the view of the Planning Commission in taking their action. So the board could conclusively remove that doubt by taking action on the appeal. No problem with that. Then separate out the action on the special permit and separate out the action on the special permit.
Thank you, Director Ford. Appreciate that. Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wow. I would recommend that you close the public hearing. I would point out that, at least in my year and a half, this is the longest, openest public hearing I've seen so far, with a tremendous amount of opportunity for back and forth with the applicant, which normally doesn't happen to that extent. So we're seeing some pretty unusual things here today. We have a motion, we have a second. I would call the question. And it seems to me everybody's had ample opportunity to speak. I've spoken the least amount. And, you know, when a situation like that happens, we're really just lobbying for positions, and we ought to call the question and have the vote. So I would respectfully ask that we do that.
I think unless there's any burning desire for more discussion, I will clarify just for your benefit. Okay, Supervisor Wilson, you've taken all the time. Give me a minute. Yeah. With respect to your concern about how this is conducted, I actually did bring it back to the supervisors, and I asked council if we could continue, and that was what he said. So just so you know, Supervisor Wilson and then Supervisor Bassett.
I just want to say that I think it would be inappropriate at this time to take that on, the findings in regards to, because we would have to find all of the findings to be wrong. Any one of the findings is an issue. And one of those findings is inappropriate use of a categorical exemption under CEQA. And that's one of the findings of the Planning Commission. And that's what's in question at this moment. And so we would make a finding that was opposite to what we're talking about. So I really recommend that we just keep with the motion and move forward. Otherwise, we're gonna have a very confusing adaptation of this. And so with that, I just think we really should move forward.
Give Supervisor Bass one last
Thank you.
word, and then we will call the question.
You know, well, in this thing of, you know, it seemed kind of interesting to separate them. I hear Supervisor Wilson saying, but then, you know, in my mind, if separating them, I don't think it actually really helps Mr. Wills that much either, because he really can't go anywhere with that until we get the other piece. At least unless yeah, I'm just kind of, you know, curious John's thoughts on that. I mean, I was interested in that until I started wondering, what does that really accomplish for him? And so what would that really accomplish to do one and not the other now?
Through the chair.
Yes, absolutely.
It does not accomplish anything. You're correct.
Okay. Okay, great. All righty. Let's, first of all, okay, if you want to say something, Supervisor Bohn, I gave everybody else a chance, so absolutely go ahead. And
no,
then
I'm just going back that we just go forward, and if they can engineer the way it's supposed to be without with the same footings. If they can come back to that, let that be an in-house issue with planning and building, and let them go forward, and we go forward with staff's recommendation. I know that's not what that's terrible. It's going to deny everybody everything, but I'm just saying it's a billboard that's been there for 60 years, and I don't think anybody's ever noticed it, except people that use it for advertising, I guess. And it hasn't impacted anything yet, and now it's probably the biggest environmental impact we have in Humboldt County. I think we got bigger fish to fry. I'm just saying. And then and we talk about business. This is a small businessman with 6-7 employees. This is an asset he bought when he bought the business. I mean, I look back at right behind it, there's a trailer park. I mean, it's the Coastal Commission. If something ever happens to that, is the Coastal Commission going to die having a trailer park with views of the bay? Would that not be appropriate? This is a personal property rights thing, and I guess it's not vested, but it's been there. If they're not going to impact anything, they don't do that. If they can make it, if they can give you a stamped print that says, I'm looking at the pictures and it looks like most of the main struts are up. And if they can sleeve those and make them stronger than they were before and cross member them without touching the ground and causing any impacts, I mean, I think the issue goes away. And as you said, I guess there was it wasn't a double-sided billboard that was there. As Mr. Wilson said, it was 2 billboards before. And now we're only talking about one that affects the northbound traffic that is not looking at the bay. It looks at a bunch of trees and back, and then at the Hilfiger House and Elk River Road. So
okay, so let's go. Thank you. Let's go to Council Miles.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to point out that if the hearing is going to be continued as currently moved, then the public hearing should not be closed at this point.
Thank you. Well, let's call the vote and see how that goes, and go from there. Yes, Ryan, go for it.
Yeah, thank you. I just need one clarification from the seconder in regards to Supervisor Wilson's addition to the motion to have the ODA permit confirmed as well in the motion. Is that okay for the seconder?
Good catch, Ryan. Yes, it is okay.
And I'll keep that in there so long as it's okay with Supervisor Bass, because I want to make sure that I'm not overstepping the lane here.
I know. Will you read it to me again so I can decide if I want it left in the motion?
So Supervisor Wilson's addition was to add on to what Director Ford said, and the ODA permit be confirmed.
I don't mind if an attempt is made at that. I also don't have the fear that it didn't exist. Like I think as long as an argument can be made of why something's not necessarily fine. I mean, if staff wants to check it some more, that's fine. So that's okay. But I did want to ask, could we change it so that it is instead of a time certain for 3 weeks from now, can we set something that is more, can we find something on the calendar to determine that we can actually get in here more quickly so that we don't have to continue putting Mr. Wills through this and all of us?
I'm for that.
Me too.
I have a family vacation planned.
Ooh, can't travel during COVID.
You can zoom in. It's okay.
I guess I can. Well, I'm on, as they say, on the river. So I'm personally.
On for 2 weeks. What? Can we look to find a time when you're here?
I need to come back into town. I suppose I could do that if it's really.
Okay.
I've rented all the stuff. Rented all the things. I've got my wife's schedule on that too. Just saying, like, it's
does it have internet?
Barely.
It sounds like, if you want this motion to pass, it would be really helpful. And I know it's a real pain in the rear end to ask you to do that.
Tuesday of the week of, and I would want to make sure that the seconder is okay with that, but that second half of that, because Oh, great. My schedule calendar just died. Hold on a second. So what would that be?
It would be the 11th instead of the 18th. The week
Wait,
of the
so
10th.
we're next week, right? It's 4, 5, 6, and so it'd be the 11th. Yeah, I could swing that. It would be better if it was in the afternoon. That would be even better. Like 1:30 or later would be better, so I could get back, off the piers.
Director Ford, is that, do you anticipate that you can get the staff together on that?
We will make it happen.
Okay.
Steve, can you make that?
Okay. All righty.
I want to make, where's Supervisor?
So you're going to have to change the motion to move it to a
Thanks for
time
asking.
certain.
Well, I have to ask Steve because he's making the motion, or he's the seconder, so I want to make sure he's okay with that and he can make himself available.
And you got that, Ryan? That motion is to continue it to August 11th?
Yeah, my understanding would be to let's let
We
Supervisor.
haven't agreed to that.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. We didn't agree to that yet. I think we're having a discussion. So I was asked as a seconder whether or not I'd be available to that change of date, and no, I am not available. I think in these times when we can take a break, it's important to do that. And if we don't take breaks, then it makes our staff and other people feel like, oh gosh, I can't take a break either because they're not taking a break. I've had many staff come up to me and say that to me. I think it's important, we get very little time off. And I too have scheduled lots of things with family to try and recoup a lot of that family energy in this time. And it's very important to me. I also was a little confused. I thought for a second there that Virginia was actually offering, if this change in date didn't happen, then she may not vote for this. And I thought, well, that was reminiscent of something I did a number of months back. And
I called you on
accused of, what was it, blackmailing or something? So it's just curious to me. Just curious the way.
Thank you.
It's curious the way there's been, when folks aren't happy with the way things are going, then they lobby the thing to death for hours to try and get their points across, saying the same points over and over and over again. And we had a lot of that today. And it's just interesting to me. I mean, we bent over backwards today for the applicant to allow a lot of rebuttal and a lot of back and forth. And if the applicant had been clear on what their construction plans were, then the planning department could have evaluated the CEQA impacts adequately, and that would have absolutely clarified one of the important points being discussed here today. So I think we ought to just go ahead and set it for August, 18th, I believe. That gives staff the time to work on it rather than forcing all kinds of extra work onto them, because I know they have a lot of high priorities already on their plate. So I would stick with the motion as made and see where we go.
And I'm not immune or afraid of what I call legislating on the dais. So it doesn't, which is what I'm attempting to do to get us to get 3 votes and get this to move through the thing. But if it's all right with Virginia, if we could come back on the date that's on there, it seems like that would be helpful, and we can kind of move forward. I gave it a shot.
Okay, so I did call the question, and that was requested by both you and Supervisor Madrone to call the question quite some time ago, just saying. So did you, since you have taken advantage of this flabby thing, did you want to say something, Virginia?
Yeah, well, all I was saying, it's kind of funny when I said that, I was actually saying it in a joking manner, laughing at Mike, not laughing at Mike, but with Mike. So I'm sorry. If their demeanor was looked at other meetings where things have been said, it might be a little different, but I understand what Supervisor Madrone meant. I'm not happy. I'd like it to. I get we're supposed to take vacation. I don't think any of us, have that really good vacation ethic to do that, whatever you want to call it. And we do need vacation. But I'm a bit agitated from the standpoint that most of us do try to make ourselves available if we think that it can move something forward. And I'm also, so it's like, I appreciated Supervisor Wilson offering that. And I certainly wish that perhaps if there's any other opportunities to move it closer, we can do it, but I'm not going to hold it up for this.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
As much as
So, Ryan, please
Yes.
do the roll call vote. Thank you.
Yes, Chair Fennell. And just for clarity purposes, the motion was not changed and it will be coming back August 18th.
Correct.
Correct, thank you. We'll start with Supervisor Bohn.
No.
Supervisor Bass.
yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
And Supervisor Fennell.
No.
It passes 3-2.
Okay. So thank you, everybody. Appreciate very interesting discussion. And this will be on our plate on August 18th. Thanks again to everybody. So let's go now. We're going to go into closed session, but we will take a brief break. We're going to close session for 3:15. But I will ask council to let us know what we're going to discuss, and then also give us an estimate of how long we'll be in closed session.
Thank you, Chair. It's the intention of the board to meet in closed session on 9 items. Items 1 and 2 are pursuant to Government Code 54957 to consider a public employee performance evaluation and also appointment for the position of Child Support Services Director. Item 3 is a conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D1 to discuss existing litigation in the case of Greeby versus County of Humboldt, DR 190672. Item 4 is a conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D1 to discuss California State Bar Inquiry, case number 16017437. Item 5 is a conference with legal counsel pursuant to 54956.9D1 in the matter of Blank versus County of Humboldt, case 119 CV 3055. Item 6, pursuant to Government Code 54957, is to consider public employee performance evaluation for the position of county counsel. Item 7 is a conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D1 in the matter of Blank versus County of Humboldt, case number CV 190389. Number 8 is a conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D1 in the matter of Blank versus DiMatteo et al., case number DR 190340. And the last is a conference with legal counsel pursuant to 54956.9D1 to discuss existing litigation in the case of Williams versus County, case number 119 CV 01330.
Thank you. So any idea of how long that might take us?
2 hours.
2 hours, okay. So,
maybe an hour to 90 minutes.
An hour to 90 minutes, okay. So we, as I said, we're going to take a quick break and go back into closed session at 3:15. Is there any public comment on this item?
Chair Fennell, I don't have any people with their hands raised in the attendee queue, so we do have one now.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm actually calling to comment on something generally. I missed the comment period. It's been kind of difficult to get through and keep up.
I'm so
is it possible
sorry.
to make a comment?
No, I'm so sorry. We've had a very long day and we've got a very long closed session coming now. So I think that
there's an elderly veteran who's the firefighter chief under attack right now. I'd like to let the board know about it.
Email.
There's a Colorado company on his land right now. Hello?
What's that now again? I'm sorry.
Junkyard Bob out in Dinsmore. He was featured on your code enforcement unit annual report last week. There's a Colorado company on his land right now that was informed that he was dead and his property was eminent domain and they were to clean it up. He's a veteran. He's 80 years old. He spent the last 45 years helping the community, including the schools, fixing their buses. He's cleaned up the cars off the side of the road. He's been the unofficial sheriff for 24 years in the Dinsmore area, working for free, helping us stay safe. He donated 32 cars to Paradise Fire victims and gave them a safe place to stay. And the planning department right now is trying to put a lien on his property for $308,000. His property was assessed at about $100,000 last year. This man is trying, he's been licensed with his junkyard for 45 years. And this is what our planning department is doing. And these are the featured victims in their CEU annual report. I called in your last meeting and I told you it was very misleading, and it was. This is a great example of this. Bob would love to be in compliance. He's spent his entire, again, he's a firefighter chief. He's actually given his property to the fire department and the sheriff's departments to learn how to use the jaws of life. Please, I beg you, Board of Supervisors, Madrone, please, I know you care. You really care. There are people out here that are under attack by our planning department, our code enforcement unit, and that report that they gave was completely inadequate and misleading. Please check in with Junkyard Bob. He needs our help. He doesn't need to be attacked. His junkyard was licensed for 45 years. If anything lapsed, he needs help. He doesn't need a $308,000 lien and a Colorado company that's licensed with our planning department to clean it up. There are local salvage yards that are ready to help, and they love Bob like the community does. Please help Madrone.
Thank you very much. You can call again at another meeting and for comments on non-agenda items. So that was on our agenda earlier on. Thank you very much. We're now going into closed session. 3, we have a quorum. We're good to go? Okay. Well, we're back out of closed session. Council Billingsley, anything to report out?
Yes, Chair. On item L4, the board voted unanimously to authorize the chair to sign an agreement with Hanson, Cole, Summer, and Jacobs for defense of the matter. On the remainder of the closed session items, there is no reportable action.
Thank you very much. Thank you to everybody for a very long meeting. Well done. And we will see you back on August 18th. Thank you.